G'day everyone, the Global Surveyor. I'm out here at St Ives Chase today in Alana Street, Alana Place, St Ives Chase. And this subdivision was dated back in the 1950s. Concrete blocks were placed as reference marks, no curb, no drill hole wings in the curb. And look what we got here. We've got a garden with some agapanthus here. I didn't actually want to dig up the garden, but what have you got to do? This garden here is on the nature strip, but look what I found. A concrete block. And if I just get my trusty little screwdriver here, you can see the makings. You can see the makings of a hole. Super excited, and I'll be able to see that from my total station just over there. But here's the interesting thing. I pre-calculated this survey on MGA, basically tying this survey into some adjoining surveys down the road that were on MGA, so I was able to get some coordinates and check out the accuracy. 6 mils, 20 mils, not bad, hey? Thank you, Leica GS18. I've just found a concrete block. What a bonus. And now I'll read it with the Leica 360 degree prism, the Leica AP20 auto pole. As you can see, I can hold this out on a tilt like so. Actually, the bottom of that pole sitting right inside the hole of the concrete block. How cool is that? For those who may end up working in Alana Street, St Ives Chase, let me know and I'll send you the MGA coordinates for that mark. I might leave a little paint mark here or a texture mark on the copper log there just to help the next surveyor. And the next mark, that's a bit of a bummer. It's underneath the paving here. So I will unfortunately have to give that one a miss and have to keep traversing up into the other streets. Okay, so you can see a copy of the old survey plan that I have here back in the 1950s, and I'll just put it down here somewhere where we can have a look. So that concrete block I just showed you was at the tangent point in this road here. See, I've plotted it as number 8 concrete block in my thing. Well, I've just come over here, just here, RMGI pipe. Now look what I found. RMGI pipe. What a bonus. And there's my total station set up there on an SSM at the street intersection. So I'll be able to read, hopefully through there. I might have to break a few leaves. I'll still use my Leica AP20 auto pole to read the GI pipe. Oh, what a bonus. And you can see how excellent this AP20 auto pole is, because if I stand here, we've got all these leaves in the way. If I lean out here, you can see the total station. And you just got to just rock it backwards and forwards a bit until we get the green bar there. It shows good tilt strength. I can just lean it up against the fence here if I like. How cool is this? Watch.
Point stored. Point stored. Point stored.
And look, the bubble. Look at that bubble. Completely out of whack. I've just got it leaning up against the fence. I bet you couldn't do that without the AP20.
Point stored.
Okay, so as I said earlier, I drew up everything on MGA to enable me to use the GS18 to stake out the marks, and I've done that, and look what I found. Another GI pipe, and that GI pipe there is the third mark in my old subdivision from the 1950s, so that should be pretty good fix for the boundaries. Super excited. And obviously there's going to be some adjustment to be made, but by drawing up this subdivision on MGA to begin with, even though it wasn't, or connecting my subdivision to other ones down the road, I'm able to find this mark within 30 mils, 20 mils, which is pretty good. Definitely good enough for me now to measure it with the Leica circular prism when the bus hops out of the way. And if I stand here almost opposite the concrete block, you can see that the total station's just sort of hidden behind that bush, but I'll be able to read it with the AP20. And you'll see in this instance that the GI pipe is not quite on the line of the fence. It's about there. So what I'm going to do is measure two offsets to help the next surveyor. It's about 330 and about 150. See, I've just written the distances there. GI pipe out 0.33 over to my right as I look at the fence for 150, and I know that won't stay there for very long, but it will be permanently etched on this video on YouTube. So if you happen to be working in St Ives, actually near Awatea Road, on the intersection there, just down the road from Alana Place, we have a GI pipe opposite the fence here. Well, that's it, everyone. Thanks so much for watching, and I appreciate you visiting the channel, Global Surveyor. Been a little while between this video and the last one. I've had a few things going on, been quite busy, but I'm glad to have been able to find some time to make a video about using these wonderful pieces of equipment, the Leica AP20 autopole and the Leica GS18. It gets me out of a lot of trouble, and the fact that I don't have to set another tripod down here to read to the pipe because I can read it on the tilt is just fantastic. I'm the Global Surveyor. Please make sure you like, subscribe, leave a comment, and see you next time.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark.
G'day everyone, the Global Surveyor here, and I'm out here at Middle Dural today with Ian Idale, also known as the Universal Surveyor or the Astronaut. And it's a beautiful day. I'm just wondering, we can see stars during the day, can't we, Ian?
That's correct. You can see some of the brighter planets and stars like Venus and Sirius and Canopus, and it's quite amazing if you've never done it before.
Well, that brings me to something exciting. I believe you've just written a brand new app. What's it called?
That's correct, Scott. It's called Starry Starry Day, and it calculates really accurate MGA azimuths in a pretty amazing speed, like under 5 minutes or even less. And we're going to demonstrate it to you today.
Excellent. Okay, Ian, so what's the plan for today's test?
Okay, today we're going to try and prove how accurate the app really is. I'm set on one skims mark here, a PM accuracy B horizontally, and there's another mark down the road which is also accuracy B, and it's 280 metres away from us. And I'm going to use Venus to sight. Venus is about the first thing people should try if they're new to the app, because it's very bright and very easy to find.
Okay, so how does the app work in the field, Ian?
Okay, well what you do is you either can observe the moon if it's out directly and get a pretty good MGA azimuth to that, or if the moon's not available, which it isn't at the moment, we can observe the shadow of the sun, get an approximate MGA azimuth to that, and then we need to focus our jigger on infinity, otherwise you will not see Venus. and then we start taking readings to accurate readings to Venus, and my app calculates an adjusted bearing off our rough one, and then following that we check our back sight down to the second skims mark.
Okay, so how do we align the instrument initially, Ian?
Well, usually I turn the handle of my jigger to the sun, so you can see I'm getting a very small shadow there.
Yep.
And then I place anything like a plumb bob, key, nail on it, because I only need it to get a rough azimuth.
Yep.
But I'm going to cheat, because today the shadow's over the fence, and my jigger actually has a screen which will show it to me.
Yep.
So if I turn this to the, you can see now, I'm on the shadow of my jigger.
Right.
Pretty well. Actually, that's the post. Now I'm on the shadow of my jigger, and I'll just centre it. Okay, and in my app, I can calculate at exactly that moment a bearing to the sun. It's telling me that it's 5 degrees 30 roughly.
Right.
So I set the back bearing 185.30 in my jigger.
Yep.
Okay, so in the app, I select Venus as the object I want to observe.
Yep.
And my app comes up and tells me what the angle is. Before I do that though, I should have got a set to infinity focus, otherwise I won't see Venus.
Okay,
So
so we
I'll
have
just-
a tower way over the trees there. Probably, I don't know, a couple of kilometres away for sure.
Yes. So now I'm going to turn to Venus, and it's telling me I've got to turn to my jigger takes vertical angles first, so vertical angle of 59.01 and a horizontal angle of 310.51, and I hit set and it turns, and I'll just check if I can see Venus, and I can. It's almost dead centre in my eyepiece.
Excellent.
So now that I've got Venus in my sights, I need to take the mean of a few readings. I'll probably just do 3. We'll see how good they are.
Yep.
And then I record them. So I'm going to start taking the observations now.
Await mark in about 5 seconds.
So you can see how this app can be operated by
5,
one person.
4, 3, 2, 1. Mark.
Okay, and then my jigger is reading 310 degrees 06:35, but
Yep.
my app is telling me it should have been 310:08:24, so I'm about a little less than 2 minutes under for that reading.
Right.
So now I've recorded that, and I take the next
Await
reading.
mark in about 5 seconds.
I can actually also use my screen, but at the moment it's easier
5,
to do this.
4, 3, 2, 1. Mark.
Oh, it's way behind. Oh,
Await mark in about 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark.
okay. So that's 3:09:50:05. And it's 1 minute 55 under, so I'll do one more.
Await
'Cause
mark in
my
about
second
5
one was
seconds.
a pretty ordinary reading.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark.
Okay, and I'll record that one. It's 3:09:43:40. And on my app, I've got to remove worst obs. You can keep removing the worst observations. So I'm going to actually hit it because my second ob was pretty poor. So now I've got 3 out of the 4 apps, and I now store that away to file, and it will tell me how much I have to adjust my jigger to get exactly on azimuth.
Okay, so you've taken 3 readings now. So what happens next?
Okay, well my app has told me that I'm under the right azimuth by 1 minute 55 seconds. So I've got to add that into my jigger, and then my jigger will be on a really good MGA azimuth.
Right.
So I'll do that. So I've now got to go to 295, 37, 55 to get it right.
Okay, so you've done the 3 observations to Venus. Now, what's the next step?
Okay, so I've sighted the backside, as you can see, to
Yep.
the object 280 metres away, roughly.
Yep.
And I'm getting a bearing of 289, 57, 54,
Right.
which is 16 seconds different to what the skims marks are giving me.
Right.
So-
Why would that be, do you think?
I'm not sure. I've actually done some other tests and got better results than that. But, I mean, to think we're using Astro and we're still 16 seconds, I still think it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's excellent.
So-
It's excellent. Okay, so we've tested the app now against the known survey marks and we got pretty good results, didn't we?
Correct.
So what would be the next, what are the practical uses for surveyors? How can they benefit from this app?
Okay, well, it's got an obvious use out in a remote rural area where there's not much survey coordination, and there's also maybe no mobile phone reception because my app doesn't need any phone reception. Or it could be even in an urban situation where you've traversed into someone's backyard with very short lines, and you're in their backyard and you are able to close off your traverse.
So you can check your azimuth. You could be traversing for some time, and then that's a check on your azimuth.
Correct. If you've got very long traverses, you can get checks in the middle just to check that you're still on a good azimuth.
What about a situation whereby you thought there were survey marks there and you've only got one survey mark? That would probably be a pretty great use of the app too, couldn't you? Because you could just get onto an MGA azimuth straight away.
Correct.
And use that one mark to get your survey sorted and start the survey.
Correct, yep. Or even no marks, but then you don't have coordinates. So.
Okay, so where can we get this app and how much is it going to cost?
Okay, well, it's available on the Google Play Store. Just search for Starry Starry Day, and it costs 99 cents, Scott.
Wow, 99 cents. Every surveyor needs to buy that, 99 cents. Google Play Store, go get it. Okay, so it's going to be available on the Google Play Store. Now, if people want to find out more information, they get stuck, not sure how to use the app, how can they contact you?
Oh, very easy, Scott. That's also all on the Google Play Store. They can get my mobile, email and website address.
And we'll leave the links at the bottom in the description anyway, so you'll be able to find out more information. As a bit of a side note, you've also written a survey program for surveyors. What's it called?
Yeah, it's called MiniCAD, and it's a basic CAD package that very affordable also.
It's probably the world's most affordable surveying software, so make sure we'll have a link for that too. Make sure you check it out.
Yep, and it's called MiniCAD, and the website is mapsoft.com.au.
Well, thanks so much for showing us all about Starry Starry Day, the app. Any final comments? Anything you'd like to say before we leave today?
No, just that I hope that surveyors right around Australia will find the app really useful, even around the world.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be a game changer. And thanks so much for watching today, everyone. Please make sure you like, subscribe, hit the bell notification for the next video, and see you next time. G'day everyone, the Global Surveyor. And 2025, back to work. Hope everyone has a fantastic new year, filled with prosperity and many other things. I just wanted to make a little video, show you what I'm up to today. I'm actually surveying two properties on two buildings on the same property here. You can see this one in the distance. And I'll be using a combination of total station and GPS. I'll be using my GPS because, as you can see here, it's quite heavily timbered, thick scrub. There's a transmission tower in the distance, and not all that easy to see the boundary marks and to see them quickly by measuring the conventional way using a total station. So what I'm doing at the moment is I'm just setting up, see here I've got a nail in the rock I'm setting up some survey control, which I'm going to observe with the GPS, and just down in the distance there, might be able to see my tripod, just set up near the house. And I've got another one beyond that, which makes it about 100 metres between this mark and my furthest one. And I'm going to observe those points with the GPS and then tie it in with a total station so I can locate the home accurately. And I'll have to repeat the same process down the bottom because there's another building there. We have a shed and a few other things. So today's survey is an identification survey, locating the buildings relative to the property boundaries, which are in no man's land. So stick around. I'm going to hopefully find a few old survey marks while I'm here. Okay, so as I said, we'll be using a combination of GPS and total station. You can see here I've got the Leica GS18. I'll just make sure that's nice and level, which it is with the electronic bubble there. Next thing to do is first thing we've got to do is make sure it's set up over the nail. You can see here, I've got a nail down the bottom there. And I've actually got to do that. It was actually quite level, but got to make sure it's over the nail. And we'll just make some adjustments here on the legs to get the total station level. Okay. So what we do is we use the legs and the levers there to move the legs backwards and forwards until this pill bubble up the top here is reasonably level. And then we just do some finer adjustments with the electronic level. I'm not sure how well you can see all that. And then once the instrument's level, we just make the minor adjustment by sliding the instrument onto the survey mark, like so. Now, the next thing we need to do is to measure a height of the instrument here, because I'll be taking a reading with the GPS on this nail. So we put the tape on the mark, lean it up here, and read 1.655. 1.655. Measuring tape's seen better days. 1.655 is the height of this instrument here. So we'll write that down in the field book. 1.655, and we'll start to set the instrument up and check for what we're going to be doing is sighting the nail that I have back over there beyond the trees, and then reading a bearing and distance to this tripod here. Then I'll be able to locate the house, the floor level, and some ridge heights. Okay, so the instrument height, as we saw before, was 1.655. I'm going to make sure that the prism is a 360 degree prism. You can see I'm using here. So we're going to change the targets here to like a 360 degree prism. Press OK. Now straight away the controller's wanting to know what's the backside ID. Well, we're going to call that, I better write that down in my book here. So we're at 1000. We're going to have a backside ID of 1001. That can be my station there. 1001. And the height is going to be, I'm going to be using the Leica AP20 auto pole, and straight away it's on 1.6, and that's what the controller's noting there as being the height, which is great. 1.6, and I think I'm going to set a bearing of about 90 degrees. That's east, because that's roughly the direction I'm looking. And we'll go up there and measure it now. Yes, so surveying's a pretty cool job. You're not always stuck in the office. I mean, some surveyors I know who I went to university with are just managers and stuck in an office managing other people, and I can't do that. that's not me, and I wouldn't be able to make these great videos and put them on YouTube if I was stuck in an office. So okie dokie. So we're walking up to this station now. I'm not going to be using the tilt compensation for this particular setup. So I will change the height a bit. Okay, so you can hear that the instrument's locked to the target. I've actually raised the pole up to 1.9 meters because there's a bit of scrub in the way there. Hold the pole nice and level. Press distance. And that's very good. So we'll set that.
Target lock lost.
And now it says target lock lost, but actually that's because it's finished the routine. So now we're set up. We've got the total station set up and ready to go. Actually, it said target lock lost because it's reverting back to the original target that I had, which was a reflective laser measuring as opposed to the prism. So now we'll measure some buildings. So what we're actually going to do is measure a station there first before we measure some buildings, and change the prism to a Leica circular prism, because that's Leica round prism as they call it. And we've got to change the height. First things first, I'll change the prism height to 1.675, which was the height that I measured for that tripod. Very good. And that's right, that's going to be station 1002. Turn that around, sight the target, press distance. This will automatically lock onto that prism, so you don't actually even have to look through the telescope. It's that great. Make sure we give it a code. Station. You can put the code in before or after, but I like to put it in before. Do it again.
Point stored.
And if you find that you've made an error with the prism heights, you can actually change that later on when you're processing your data, or you can do it on the controller. So, but it's always good to write it down, put it in the field book as well. Okay, now we're going to measure some buildings. Yeah, so you might be wondering why I'm actually doing this survey, and I can't remember if I mentioned it, but the people are planning to sell the property, so they need a survey that can be accompanied with any of the legal documents in the selling process, and also the council would like a sort of an updated survey of the property before it's sold. So that's what I'm up to. Okay, so I've got the Leica AP20 here, and I'm going to get a corner of this veranda, and I've got it in tilt mode, which is good, and it automatically updates the height at 1.9. Very good.
Point stored.
I'm going to move behind this tree, so it's going to lose lock.
Tilt compensation stop.
Oh, there's a giant
Lock lock.
giant spider web there. Got to be careful. Now sometimes with the irregular shape here, you'll never be able to map it to 100% accuracy. So sometimes using the GPS in instances like this is perfectly adequate. You can see that the condition of the veranda is not all that well anyway, and probably the new owners would probably replace it. So we'll get another shot down here. Turn the jigger around.
Lock the target.
Now automatically go back into tilt measuring, which is,
Tilt compensation started.
and we can,
Point stored.
and I might just get one here at the corner of the building.
Tilt compensation stopped. Tilt compensation started.
The tilt,
Point stored.
you find the tilt works really, really well, and if you do lose tilt compensation, you've only got to jiggle it back a little bit
Tilt compensation
backwards and forwards, and it will connect straight away. Now I'm going to move to the front of the property here. I'm going to transfer the Leica SNL321, SNLL321. It's a Leica laser plummet and tribrac. This is the laser plummet here. Switch that over with the total station. Clip it on. Turn the prism around, and we're good to go. And we've got a shed here that I'm measuring as well, and I could only measure to this point on the shed. I couldn't see this corner here, so I've got a little reflective red dot here on the shed, and I'm going to measure a distance from that. You've got to make sure when you do measure it that you can, it's not skimming past the shed. Sometimes just these little ripples in the metal can interfere with the laser beam. So you've got to make sure you know exactly where that red laser beam's pointing. Sometimes I like to put a texture mark there, which I might do right now, just to make sure that I'm actually reading to that mark and nothing else. I'll go back and check. And so the distance from that little texture mark I made was back 0.25 to the corner, which I'll write in my field book, 0.25 to corner. And I'll also make a measurement here with the GPS, because the GPS is in tilt mode, and I could easily measure the corner of that shed there, and I'll be able to cross-reference that back when I'm in the office.
Tilt compensation started.
You can see here where I am, I've got my total station just over there, and I'm behind all these buildings, but I've got this Leica AP20 auto pole, and it's in tilt, and I've got it at about 2 meters, so I can hold the pole at the corner of this building here
Tilt compensation stopped. Tilt compensation
and get the
started.
shot. Look at that, how cool is that? Just got to keep the tilt going.
Point stored.
Point stored. So there's no obstructions in the way. I've got another corner here. I'm not sure whether we can get that one, but we can
Compensation stopped.
definitely.
Target lock lost.
Sometimes it loses you and you just got to reinitialize, which I'm doing now.
Lock the target.
And then we just jiggle the AP20 around to get the tilt going.
Compensation started.
And then we'll just,
Tilt compensation stopped. Tilt compensation started.
sometimes it takes a little while to do it, but
Point stored.
there you go, point stored. Sometimes you just got to, because of the angle, it's not going to, it will record it, but it's going to warn you whether the tilt is within the limits that you want. So it wasn't for me. I wanted to get accurate, but I've got it now, and I think I'm done here. Okay, so we've completed.
RTK initialization locked. RTK initialization locked. RTK initialized.
So we've completed the.
RTK initialized.
Oh, it's a noisy thing, isn't it? Sometimes I'll turn the volume down a bit so you can hear me. Where I've completed the first stage of my job, which is measuring that house with the total station. Now I'm going to measure these control stations I've placed, and I think the thing is, I could have walked around with the Leica GS18 on top of my prism pole and done it all in one, and yes, I know there are ways to do that, but I sometimes like to just do it individually to the survey, so there's no chance of any I guess, to be totally honest, I haven't sort of mastered the art of using everything all in one, and I think some people may have, but I haven't. But that's okay. I'll measure all of these stations with the GPS and a few other bits and pieces, and when I'm back in the office I can merge it all together.
Till compensation started.
Okie dokie, so I'll show you a plan that I'm working with pretty soon. Got a few things to carry, and again, this is one of these jobs where the original boundaries were never ever coordinated because the survey was undertaken quite some time ago, and it's an old Crown plan, and so the only thing I can use is my trusty New South Wales Survey Mark app. Shows the boundaries, and that sort of enables me to sort of approximately figure out where I am. So I'm just going to refresh this app. Want to make sure that you've got your want to make sure that you have your location services on your phone, because otherwise it's not going to work. So on this map of mine and on the little table here, it does say GUM 104 degrees 54 for 63.6 links. Well, to start with, I've got my compass on my phone here, and 104, I'll just get it. 104 is pointing out towards where I've actually got my GPS sitting, because I saw a star picket in the ground. So that's encouraging. We calculate what 63.6 links is, and I'll show you how to do that. We go 63.6 times 0.66. That gets you into decimal feet, and then times 0.3048, that gets you into metres. So it's 12.8 metres. Now, if this is the old dead reference tree, which it quite possibly looks like, you can see where there's been a scar and the remains of a tree, and I'll give that a reading with my GPS in a moment, but we go for 12.8 metres. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, very rough, obviously, 10, 11, 12. Not bad. I'll give it a go with I'll measure that with my GPS and see what I come up with. Okay. There's a line of rocks. GPS down.
Yeah, so here's an old place.
Yeah. Let's see what the plan says. It suggests that the fence is inside the boundary, almost as if it's over there, just over here, maybe. Gee, those trees. So the line of rocks sort of here. I'd say it'd be on this rock somewhere. Actually, the rock had according to the plan, a drill hole in rock corner. May have had some numbers. There's where's that post?
The post is here.
Yeah, see there's a line of rocks here.
The post looks like it's fallen over from this way, so it would have been here somewhere.
Yeah. Check my.
So that fence there is the only real fence left standing fully in the post on the place.
Yeah. It would be here somewhere. I've just got to find the darn thing. And actually, I don't really want to leave until I find it, because it's
That's not important.
well, it is, because it will be here. I don't think.
A drill hole, no?
Yeah, it's a drill hole. See. But what they did was they placed a line of rocks along the direction of the boundaries in like a T intersection, and that's kind of what's happening here. But
like they've been placed there.
Yeah.
Something higher up, like they've gone down further as well.
Wow. Could be. Rock mark not found, but there's a tree up here. Oh. Gee. Well, I think it is a tree. There's no real evidence of I think I'm going to measure that. Number reference tree number 12. Put it there. Well, it's a bearing of 200 degrees. I'll just get my little trusty probably to your right a little bit, probably where that post is. See where that the post to your yeah. I'll just measure the posts and see how that fits with the distance. Gee, it's hard. It's a bit frustrating when people put posts in over a hole. I mean, I know it's on the boundary, but it ruins the...
Yeah. But would they have that map like you have for their side? Would it have a lot of markings on it? Probably not.
Yeah. It's but they won't mention anything about this fence because it's a... So if I from the boundary to that tree should have been 11.7 11.67. Of mine G'day everyone, the Global Surveyor, and it's great to be back out in the field. In Australia we've had the G'day everyone, the Global Surveyor, and it's great to be back out in the field. In Australia we've had these sort of really unpredictable days the last probably month or so, where it's been raining on and off, and really drives you nuts when you're trying to get out in the field, and there's nothing worse than having to cancel and then work piles up. But I'm back out in the field today. I mean, look at this place. Just pan the camera around. Look at that nice green field that you can see down there. Actually, that's not a green field, that's a dam, would you believe? You won't be able to run out on that. That's a dam. And I have a really big job here today where I have to map this entire property. You can see we've got some post and rail fences here. We also have, these are just horse paddocks. There's lots of trees. There's a paddock over there. It's a crazy dam. And again, fantastic job. Better to be out here than stuck in an office, and I was getting a bit of cabin fever, I guess, because I was like I said, the last couple of months it's just been really wet in Australia, and I mean, we'd have the odd dry day here and there, but every time I had a job it'd get cancelled or postponed, and then all the other jobs would pile up. So I finally caught up, and I'm back out in it again. I still can't get over the fact that that is a dam. So today's choice of weapon is going to be the Leica GS18 multi-constellation GNSS, and we've got the Leica CS20 controller, rugged controller that it is. And like I said again, I'll be mapping and walking around, doing a lot of walking today. I've actually been to this property before, and I have undertaken a little bit of survey work here, and you can see here where the arborist has been, tree number 71, big little tag there, and there'll be a lot of trees to map. Going to be a big job, and of course you wouldn't have a job of mine whereby you didn't have to do a bit of bush bashing. I've got to be careful here because I'm trying to film, trying to hold my GPS, and just wanting to ensure everything I've got here in my vest, including my drink bottle, my phone and other things, doesn't fall out. This This vest here
RTK initialized.
is a really cool utility vest. It's got a lot of pockets, so you can carry a lot of gear, spare batteries for your GPS, phone, flagging tape, measuring tape. I bought this this vest from a company called Cody Corporation in South Australia, and it was about $99 Australian. I think you can buy them obviously online. I believe Seiko in America have their own version, and it's really, really good. Highly recommend it. I used to wear a field bag for many, many years. I still like my leather field bag, but this vest is much easier. You don't have to have anything around your waist. Now, you're just coming down to this dam. Now, I know a few of you didn't quite believe me when I said that this is a dam. And I know, if you don't believe me, I'm going to prove you wrong. Just the other thing I want to mention is, if you've never seen the channel before, make sure you hit like, make sure you subscribe, and I have a heap of videos about surveying. Gee, it looks like a nice green pitch, football pitch, cricket pitch. I can assure you it ain't. I feel like a little kid again. Grab a decent sized rock there. Watch this. Did you catch that? We'll do it again. So don't be fooled. This is not grass. You can actually see a duck out there enjoying itself. Okay, so the purpose of the video today, like I said, is to make a map of this entire property. Some of this area here, as you can see, is highly vegetated, rocky and dense. So I'm going to be using a combination of, I'm going to be using my GPS receiver to map the paddocks and the fencing and the buildings, the dam, and this lower section here and the upper section here. Can you hear that? For people who aren't in Australia, that's kookaburras going crazy and they're laughing. I can assure you they're not laughing at me. Good old kookaburras. So yes, this section here and the lower section here, I'll be using a combination of LiDAR data that's been obtained already, and I can use that with a program called QGIS to create some contours and spot heights through this area. Save me having to map, and look how many trees there are. We're not going to be mapping those trees today. I better get to work. Okay, well, I'm actually got quite a lot to map today, but I thought I'd just come for a bit of a walk to the back corner of this property, because I believe there is a survey mark at the corner, a reference mark, and maybe even a rock mark over here. Check out this area here. We've got some stringy bark. We have some angophores. They're the pinky coloured ones. some turpentine. There's an Angophora. Angophora or apple tree. See the colour? It's got a bit of a pinky haze to it. So I haven't been up here yet. Don't really know what I'm likely to find. But I did some initial survey work here, like I said before, and I found some boundary marks, but I really need to find something at the back here. So I'll just go for a bit of a walk and see what I can find. So you can see the little grey box there with a red arrow. That's my control, that's my GPS receiver, and it's corner number 23. So it's down somewhere over here. It really is a great job surveying. I mean, yes, you're in the field, then yes, you're in the office drawing plans, but this is my office for today. There's another. These Angophoras are great. Look at the curly branches. So we're heading over here. I can see some sort of star picket with a sign here. I don't really know what that's all about. I'm getting close, so I think there's something over here. Now again, I'm not using my GPS to actually physically stake this out. I'm going to, but what are all these rocks? There's some rocks here. I think it might be time to stake something out. You can see we're right on the spot here, so it's quite possible that there's a mark here. I'm going to stake out and see what I find. Okay, so it says 3.5 meters. I'm in tilt compensation mode, so it's got a little bit tricky to film this one today, so bear with me. Get this. There we go. What have we got? About 1.8 meters. 1.2 meters. Somewhere typical that we've got a fence corner here. That's promising. But typical that there'd be a fallen tree right on the place where you want to survey. 0.6 of a metre. I think somewhere in amongst here. I'm going to go have a look now. Unfortunately, not much luck here. Having a bit of a scratch around for a peg that was potentially placed in the 1950s, and I did mention that there was a reference mark here, but who knows? I can't find anything here, so I'll give this one a miss and go look for potentially a rock mark. Private property, don't enter. Well, I've got to go find something. I'm hoping there's a rock mark somewhere down here, maybe on the edge of this little cliff. I'm going to go have a look right now. Go into measure to line, Zap measure to line, create a quick line. 23 was my corner, 26 is a mark that I've got down there, a point. So this program here creates a line to walk along, a reference line, Currently I'm 826 mils off the boundary. So the boundary, now I'm about 50 millimeters off the boundary. So I'm standing on the boundary here, which is very similar to, very close to where that sign is. And again, you've got to be real careful walking around here. Sticks and rocks, and want to make sure you've got good footwear. And here's a rock, big rock here, which looks quite promising. Just want to put this GPS down here. It says we're 700 millimeters off the line, so that's 190 off the line. $380 off the line. This would be a really good spot for a rock mark. Going down here, I might scratch around here and see what I can find. Ah, well, that's what happens in surveying. You have a good look and you can't find anything. I think I'd like to come back to here, so I might make another video at another time and see if I can find a mark that was down here. But at this point in time, I'll give it a miss, and I'll get up to surveying this paddock that I have to do. Check out this termite mound, only in Australia. Now, not 100% sure, but I believe that the majority of the termite mound faces north. So I think that if you were, maybe if you feel like leaving a comment on that, just a story I've heard. I haven't actually done the research, but I believe termites are quite smart and they'll make their mound face north, which is this direction. And you could probably confirm that. So here's this great termite mound. I've just got my phone out and you can see here it's showing north is, I'll just turn it around. North is, it's about that direction there, where see how the phone's flashing red, and the so that's not bad, and the long axes of that termite mound, because it's quite narrow, but it's quite pointy at this here, is facing north. Smart little dudes. I guess if you were lost in the bush and you came across a termite mound, and I think termite mounds in central Australia, they're a lot bigger than that. If you were lost in the bush, it might be a great way of navigating. If you know anything about termite mounds, feel free to leave a comment, and make sure you hit like and make sure you subscribe to the channel. There's the big green lake there, and heading out to this paddock. Quite a lot of trees, as I said before, so I'll be ensuring that I pick up the significant ones. These are quite tall gum trees. And I think just going through here, see this long grass? If this is the middle of summer, you might be a little bit wary walking through here We're coming into spring now, so snakes could be starting to come out and enjoy this warmer weather. So you want to make sure you got long pants on, a good Scarpa hiking boots on. Got a fence here. Another fence here. I think I should start picking up this post and wire fence, post and rail fence, and keep going. We've got a fence in a section here, and I've got to get to this fence post. It's always this privet. Privet's really, really thick, and this would confuse you here. We've got an old post and a more recent post, so I think I'm going to take this old post as part of my survey, which I believe is somewhere near a boundary angle.
Point stored.
The beauty of this Leica GS18, you can see the little radio, the antenna there. That's a 4G antenna, which is talking to this CS20 controller, which is actually on the 3.7. It was the 3.75G modem controller, so it's not the LTE long-term evolution version. This is the older version, CS20. So I had to buy this little antenna here so that I could put a 4G SIM card in the GPS receiver, and it talks to the controller. And the thing is, I don't have a base station here. I'm using CoreSnet, so I believe I'm probably connected to Hornsby or Blacktown or somewhere nearby, probably Hornsby I'd say, and it's getting all my corrections from there. And later on in the day I'll be going over to some survey marks which are coordinated, and that's how I'll adjust my survey, get onto the local MGA 2020 coordinates. Whew, so I'm in this paddock now, and you can see this whopping great big gum tree. I've got quite a few of these trees to map, so I better get going. One way of mapping these trees, I measure the width, the diameter of the trunk, I estimate the height, and the spread, how far the tree canopy goes. And to make things easier, I'm just mapping, because I can get good satellite coverage here. I map the western side of the tree, and back in the office I'll shift my observation over half the width of the tree to get to the center of the tree. So that's just a simple way of, and a quick way of mapping the tree when you've got a lot of trees to map. One of the great things about tilt compensation, you might be able to see here, just got it resting, GPS resting on my shoulder here, so I can just walk around like so. We've got the code fence, well, you can see that fence. We just put the pole here, lean it up against the post.
Point stored.
Point stored. And using my left hand here, which is a bit awkward to do all this, but tilt compensation works beautifully. Just put it up against the fence.
Point stored.
See the accuracy there. 14 mils both ways. And so now my job is to I've started over there, and I'm walking along the perimeter of the fence. I've got all those trees, walking along this perimeter here, and then I'm going to fill in the blank. I'm going to fill in the gaps. You see here, I'm on a blind corner. Cars, motorbikes come racing around that corner, and and the road goes down there and it just curves around. So it's quite dangerous, especially here. I've got my high vis on, as you can see, and we've got the tilt GPS. So the beauty of this is I can just hold the GPS out on a crazy lean. Means I can be safe on the edge of the road and I can get the reading. Excellent. As you can see, quite dangerous, so I'm really grateful for Leica, Trimble, Topcon and all the other surveying equipment manufacturers. Thank you for inventing tilt compensation, because without tilt compensation, especially being by yourself, you've got to be really careful on these roads, as you can see. Thank you. This does save a lot of time and a lot of lives. Okay, so the coordinates for this job are going to be on MGA 2020. I'm using a permanent mark here. You can see surveyors put some yellow paint on the post and on that post there. We have this survey PM in this lovely big box, which I'm going to try and open now. Okay, so I've opened the box. Of course I had to use a stick. I'll just put that there. You want to probably grab yourself a stick, because there could be all sorts of spiders lurking in these holes. I'm just going to scratch away here at the dirt and expose the pin. There's the pin there. See that little there? That's the PM pin in concrete, and that will be the origin of my coordinates and height. I'll read that with a Leica GS18, and as I said before, I'm working on CoreNet, so my coordinates and height are coming from a remote base station, I think in Hornsby, which is some distance away. So by reading to this PM for coordinates and height, I'll be able to adjust my survey and get it onto local grid and local AHD. So I'm just going to read that now. Sometimes a little bit tricky to get that hole. The pin has a tiny little hole in the top, so you can get the bottom of the hole in there. Change the mode of reading. I've had instantaneous mode as my method of observation. Change that to accuracy mode, and I'll read this a few times. Just make sure everything's the right height and the right code.
Point stored.
An accuracy mode takes about 120 very fast readings. So again, I'm in tilt compensation, so I don't have to worry about the bubble.
Point stored.
Read it one more time for good luck.
Point stored.
Excellent. Now we put the lid back on. sure it's nice and firm. Okay, so this survey is expanding on a survey that I did previously, and I'm just filling in a few extra levels as the client wishes to build a very large house. Okay, so after reading that PM, we now need to exit out of accuracy mode, go into the quality assurance settings here, quality control settings. You can see I've got it in accuracy mode, so I'm going to change that to instantaneous mode. That means that my observations will be made straight away and very quickly. Click OK. Now I can read the corner of this fence like so.
Point stored.
And it reads within seconds. So that's the quick way of making all your observations instantaneous mode. Okay, well this is another amazing thing about the Tilt GPS or any Tilt product, surveying product, is the fact that I'm tangled up with this fence. You can see this strapping here. This is electric fence. Thankfully this wire here is not on. Put my hand on it and it's okay. But without me having to jump over the fence, probably just see, you can see the stake there, and there's a bit of pink ribbon inside or wrapped onto a nail in the peg down there. So I'm able to again lean my pole like so over the fence, change the code to peg found.
Point stored. Point stored. Point stored. Point stored.
And you can see the bubble is not in the center of that circle there. So the pole is not vertical because we're using a tilt pole. See, this pole can be leant out on an angle.
Point stored.
On an angle. Well, it's nearly the end of the day and time to go home. This is the end of part one of my detailed survey on a big rural block out here, Sydney, Australia. Lovely day, and see these little fenced off areas here where they've protected the trees. I think that's an excellent idea. So they probably act like a little bit of a windbreak as well, but these stringy barks or turpentines and gum trees and a few other angophoras and all protected, and horses can enjoy that, and the little animals and critters or whatever can enjoy their home just there as well. So thanks so much for watching. Again, so grateful to be using the Leica GS18 Tilt GPS receiver. I was able to get about 800 shots in the space of about 5.5 to 6 hours. allowing for a bit of lunch as well. So it's super fast, and if you're looking to speed up your survey exercise, definitely get yourself a Tilt GPS, Leica, Trimble, Topcon. They all have it now, so make sure you check them out. And thanks so much for watching. Make sure you hit like, subscribe to the channel, ask me any questions if you've got any. Again, this channel's all about surveying. I'm exhausted, I'm glad it's Friday, and stay tuned for part 2 of this huge detail survey that I'm undertaking. See you later. G'day everyone, the Global Surveyor, and I'm back out here. This is part 2 of my survey of a horse stud in Sydney, Australia. We'll just pan around. You can see how beautiful this place is. Look at the springtime. I think what they call this fireweed, and it's probably not the best for horses, but it does make the horse paddocks beautiful. What a place to work, eh? And so the purpose of today's survey is to continue on from where I was the other day, and that is to map the horse paddocks. We need to locate the fencing, significant trees. There's a cottage down the end there that I'll be locating, a dam, a few boundary marks, and today I will be using my Leica GS18, but I have a little surprise for you. Okay, but the first thing we're going to do is grab a peg here and a dumpy. This is called a dumpy, this small peg here. Primarily used for pegging out. It could be a peg for a building set out or a survey control. I'm going to place a peg just out here in the paddock, maybe close to the fence. Somewhere here would be good. Just hit that in. Got a little clout here too, which I'll use in a sec, but we'll hit this in. Got the good old 14-pound hammer here. Give that a good swing. Probably one more just to get it at ground level there, and we'll put the clout in like so. Give that a hit right in the middle of the peg. What I'll do is, because there are horses in this paddock here, I'll put the stake just up against this post, and I'll measure a distance to the peg and write a distance on that stake. Actually, you want to start the day off correctly, and that is 1, make sure you got a hat on, make sure you got some sunscreen on. In Australia, the sun is extremely strong. I'm not sure about our European or American friends. I suppose people do wear hats, but the sun isn't as strong over there. But in Australia, you've got to make sure you have your sunscreen on. You'll burn very quickly, and you could get skin cancer, melanoma. So you want to look after yourself. Sometimes you might want to wear some gloves over your hands. Make sure you put sunscreen on your hands as well. Now I've got my orange vest on, as you can see. I've got a texter in my pocket. I've got, well, as you can see, it's a nice quiet road here, so we can comfortably walk around. Got my measuring tape. So what I'm going to do is we are going to measure a distance from the stake. Start with, just from the face is good enough, 0.66. So I'll write that on here now. You can see here, 0.66 to peg. That'll do. And I'd like to say thank you to Gavin. Good old Gavin, who will be watching this video, I'm sure. Hope you're doing well, Gavin. Thank you very much for the kind donation of some blue ribbon. I normally use pink, but this blue will do quite nicely for this job. I'm going to tie it on here on the peg. Good old blue ribbon. Again, thanks to Gavin and Gavin's blue ribbon. And 0.66 to that peg. So the next thing we're going to do is grab our tripod. So we're going to grab the tripod and the good old Leica box. I've got a Seiko Trimax tripod. Okay, so in here, Seiko. It's a really great tripod. I do like it because it has levers on the side here as opposed to the screws. Easy to pull up the legs, slide the leg down, put the handle down, lock it into place. The next thing you need to do is open up this box. Now what's in this box? We have the Leica GS18, my trusty tilt compensation GNSS, which I use on a daily basis. Got the Leica CS20 controller, and we have a little brother to the Leica GS18, the Leica GS15. This is also a multi-constellation GNSS, and I'll be using it as my base for today's project. Okie dokie, so to put the GS15 on the onto the tripod, we need a tri-brack. I've got my tri-bracks here. I've got the Leica GDF321 tri-brack with an 8-minute bubble, and to be able to set this tri-brack over the nail, I'm going to use my Leica SNL321 laser plummet, like so, and you'll see how easy it is to set up over this mark. Okay, so we've put the tri-brack on top of the tripod, screw it in here. I guess one thing about a foreign tripod to a Leica would use a Leica tripod, that the screw here that fixes the tri-brack to the tripod doesn't necessarily screw in as well as if you were using a Leica one. That's probably my only observation, but we do have a really large head platform here to put the tri-brack and total station, etc. on top here. So it's really good for robotic work. This little laser button here, I don't know how well you can see the green button there, the green light. It's putting a laser down, and it's quite easy. You can just maneuver the legs very quickly using the laser straight onto that nail. Now if I hop down here, I'm not sure how well you can see, but there is not all that easy to film and show, but there is a red laser point on that nail straight away. So it's very, very fast. So I've got that set up over that mark. I firm the legs with my feet, nice and firm. And then I can move, using the foot screws, I can put that laser point over the nail accurately. Then I can move the legs up and down until the pill bubble on this tribrac is sitting centrally within the pill bubble here, like so. Beautiful. Then unscrew the tribrac and slide it over onto the nail. Minor adjustments are required. Then on top here, I'm not sure how well you can see, but there's an alidade bubble, 30 seconds. So we're going to, I'll try and show you this as we just adjust the bubble in one direction, and then we want to turn this 90 degrees like so, and do it again, get it right, and to make sure it's 100% in adjustment, turn this 180 degrees, and we can see that the bubble is sitting nicely. Okay, to mount the GS15 to the tribrac, we have a GRT247, a little 5/8 thread with the Leica feet there, sit nicely on top, nice and firm. And then we grab the Leica GS15, put it on like so. Just like to put a shout out to CR Kennedy in Sydney. Special thanks to Kristine from the Sydney branch. Contact Kristine if you have any survey related inquiries and you'd like to buy some Leica gear. She was very good to sell me this GS15, and it's been a great addition to my arsenal survey gear. So thanks, Kristine. Okay, next thing we need to do is mount the whip antenna. And I've got a little bracket here, a GAD 108 bracket here, which clips in like so. Clips in like that, and the whip antenna screws in on top. Now this is a UHF radio antenna, and it's going to be broadcasting corrections from this base to my GS18 as I wander around the paddock today. Noting that I could, in this area here, I have good internet signal and I could be connecting to CoreSnet to receive my corrections, but in this instance I'm going to be testing out the GS15 base, which is another way of using GPS. It's probably the traditional way of using it before CoreSnet came in, just a base and rover UHF radio. And the beauty of this is that my baseline will be quite short, whereas if I'm connecting to CoreSnet, my baseline could be quite long, and in this location it's quite some way from the nearest core station. So I'm hoping that this will be a more reliable solution, especially in amongst those trees and down into no man's land. Okay, so you can see I've got some these Leica GB212 batteries, and the beauty of this GS15 is it takes two batteries like so. You click it in like so and put it on. That's one side. I've written here 15 so I know, because I've got a lot of batteries in that box. Click it in like so. That's all good, and we'll turn this on by pressing this little button here, the on and off button. You just got to hold it for a few seconds until you see the green light coming on there. I'm not sure how well you can see that. And we'll get that GPS base fired up. Now, one thing I'm going to do, which I've just recently got, I've got this 1.8 meter long cable, and it's going to connect to the old GB171 Leica battery here, which I'm going to hang off the legs like so, and this will just give me that extra bit of power. Now I've got a little tag here, the blue end. This is a Leica GV219 cable, and the blue end connects to the battery, and the tag at the end here, the non-tagged end, will connect to the GPS itself. I'll just put that in here. Gotta remember which port to go in. It says there's a little battery symbol here. So now the beauty of this is that it will start off using the external battery, and that should last all day. But if for some strange reason the battery was to fail, I've got the 2 extra batteries as backup. Okay, and the next thing we need to do is measure the height of this GPS base, and I'm going to read that with the measuring tape. Now, sometimes what you can do, and I don't actually have one of these, is a special Leica measuring tape that plugs in to a little hole here on the side of the tri-brack, and it's a measuring tape that wraps around and goes straight down this way. The antenna reference point, if this GPS was mounted on a pole, is just underneath here at the bottom of the GPS, so it's not going to make much difference for a slope distance to horizontal distance. If I just measure like so, hold it on the peg, read up, and I don't believe it, 1.50 meters. That's an even 1.5. That's pretty cool. I'll just check that again, always good to check it again. 1.50. So that's going to be my height that I'll stick in when I set the base up. Okie dokie, well, you can't go surveying with a GPS unless you have a pole to put the GPS on. So we've got the Leica GLS30 carbon fibre pole. Gee, it's light. It's such a light pole. And I've got a little bracket here to hold the controller. We're going to get the GS18 out. So I've already got the antenna pre-mounted. Got to put a battery in. And it's always a good idea if you are wandering around a paddock and some distance away from your car to carry a couple of extra batteries. I've got a couple of extra batteries here. I'm going to put them in my pocket, and that way I've always got a bit of a backup. We'll turn the GS18 on just by holding the on and off button and put it on. Another way is you can just hold the receiver and gently twist the pole like so, and that's on. It's on there ready to go. Next thing we need to do is grab the CS20 controller, turn that on. Just recently put a brand new screensaver on there too, and that's always nice to see, a nice clean screen. Tighten it up, and we'll just wait for it to boot. So whilst we're waiting for it to boot, I'll go put away the box back in my car. And actually I just forgot something very, very important. You can see the antenna here. This is a 4G antenna for CoreSnet purposes. It transfers the the internet signal from the GNSS, which has got a SIM card in there, down to the controller, because this is only a 3.75G controller. But that antenna is no good. We need to replace it with a GAT28 antenna. That's a GAT27. So we're going to take this out and we're going to put that away. We're going to replace it with the GAT28. Now that's a UHF antenna, and we'll stick this away for the final time and close it up. And well, and you've got to make sure too that when you close these boxes that everything is neatly strapped in, otherwise there'll be just the odd issue there. Beautiful. Actually, it doesn't take that long if you're not having to film, but I am enjoying showing you the basics of setting up a base station. And if you like what you see, please make sure you hit like, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and check out all our other videos. Got a whole heap of videos on surveying, finding survey marks, practical tips, lots of different aspects of surveying, because remember, surveyors are quite fortunate. We're not just stuck doing one job. There's so many different types of work, and I mean, look at this place. I'll just be wandering around today taking topo shots on the ground, picking up fences. No stress. It's absolutely beautiful, beautiful day. And yeah, so if you do like what you see, please make sure you hit like, subscribe, and also share. That would be great. Tell others about the channel. We'd really appreciate it. What I'll do at the end of the day is read some CoreNet coordinates for that nail. I'll also make sure during the day that I visit the state survey mark, the permanent survey mark, sorry, on the other side of the property here. And I also have a nail where you might have seen in the last video where I was set up. So I'll read to those points as well, and so I'll make sure that I've got a few checks, but I think that the coordinates I get for this peg are going to be pretty darn good. They'll be here all day. Okay, now we're almost ready to start surveying. So you can see this has sort of been a bit of an instructional video on how to set up the base. One of the important things to do before you get started is just to make an observation of the dumpy, and I've got the beauty of this tilt compensation is the fact that I can just lean this pole out on an angle, so I don't have to worry about leveling it up. It's in tilt compensation mode. I'll change the accuracy mode to accuracy. I'll put the pole on the clout, which sometimes can be a little bit tricky. And you can see here I'm just leaning it up against the GPS receiver here, and I'm just going to hit measure. It's going to take about 120 readings very quickly, and we'll do that again. So what that does is ensures that I've got the correct height and everything should be relative to this base, and there shouldn't be any issues. Now okay. From the footage you may have seen, I have a drone. This is the DJI Mavic Pro. It's the original version, and it's in landing mode as we speak. Way up there, coming down to land right where it took off, and you can see here how wonderful the DJI Mavic Pro is, and how wonderful this is. Hands-free is going to land automatically. And I always like to say good boy, because it's never failed me, and it's done a wonderful job for all the times I've needed to film and take photos of the projects that I'm working on. Thank you, DJI. One of the beauties about this DJI drone too, see how it folds away and goes quite neatly into this little bag, tiny little bag. Excellent. Okay, so one of the, as well as picking up fencing and structures, power poles, etc., I have to pick up services like so. This one actually says NBN, National Broadband Network. So I'll call that just a Telstra pit here in my coding. And I'm in tilt compensation, so again very quick
Point stored.
to see how quickly
Point stored.
we can record stuff here.
Point stored. Point stored.
I just got a message here saying battery low on the controller. I thought I'd charge this one. I've got a couple in my pocket, so that's fine. We'll pick up the power pole at a later stage, because I'd like to string that, and I'll start from the road and work backwards. So we'll continue through. Okay, and we're back at this corner where I was the other day, where there is a peg here. There was a reference mark here that no one's found. Everyone's had a dig for it, but not to worry. I'm going to read this peg again. It's got some ribbon and a clout here. I believe this peg was placed by Ian Iredale, the surveyor. Now, if you haven't seen Ian Iredale's video that I made with him a couple of months ago now about his Starry Day app, the app that can read an azimuth from the stars, go check that out, because if you're stuck in a paddock and you don't have GPS and you want to get yourself on a grid azimuth, and I believe it's starting to make a worldwide presence here, available on the Google Play Store, go check out the app, Starry Day. I'll leave a link in the description.
Point stored.
So good day, Ian,
Point
if you're
stored.
watching. This is a
Point
peg
stored.
that you placed.
Point stored.
And you can see just how fast it is. You're holding the pole out here on a tilt, don't have to worry about the bubble,
Point stored.
and it's recorded. There's the GS15 base. We'll just get one here.
Point stored.
So I'm mapping the fence and the features sort of in a grid pattern, and because it's such a large area and it's of a reasonable sort of grade, although it's a bit hard to tell with the flowers there, but it's kind of an even grade. I don't need to get a shot every metre, you know, I can get a shot every 10 to 15 metres sort of grid, which is good. Another good way of making sure that you're not going overboard is you can see the screen here, and you can see where you've been, so you can just fill in the blanks. Make sure you don't go crazy.
Point stored.
And when I map things, I like to well, everything's being strung together, so as I record this fence, it's being drawn on the screen.
Point stored.
I'm currently at fence with a string number 19. So you can see here, there's a bit of a dish drain here. Just a little bit of a dish drain. So I'm going to call that DD for dish drain.
Point stored.
Seems to be a natural depression that the owner of this property's made just to sort of get the water away, because there is a big dam down the bottom there. Again here we have another big depression here, so it seems to be that the owner really wanted to get the water off the paddock and into the dam, which is not a bad way of getting your water, creating little swales. So I'll have to ensure that I pick up this low point through here. And finally, to close off this paddock, we need a whole bunch of natural surface shots, and you can see this paddock is quite large. So again, I don't want to be taking readings every 2 meters, 1 to 2 meters away. I'll be doing it at 15 to 20 meter spacings, I think.
Point stored.
Another comment I'd like to make about setting up a base station, you can see I've just set it up in the open, but sort of close to the car. I would probably, if I had a chance to do it again, I'd probably bring it out to here. And why would I bring it out to here? Well, the only reason I didn't bring it out here is because I could have driven in actually through that gate, but here there are no obstructions. There's a few trees here, but you can see we have a few trees off to the south, and when the satellites get beyond or down under the 10 degree above the horizon, the GPS is not going to, is basically going to ignore those satellites. So that sort of limits you, especially if you're trying to, if you want to have a really good base location, somewhere right here would be the go. Right here. One of the beauties of the tilt compensation is the fact that you can get into places where it's not only the tilt compensation, but the Leica GS18 is immune to magnetic disturbances and magnetic surfaces. So you can read to corners that you wouldn't necessarily be able to read. Here I've got an accuracy of about 30 millimeters, which is plenty good for the type of survey that I'm doing today, so I'll give that a read.
Point stored.
Point stored, beautiful. I've just coded that stable, and we'll do it again out here. Let's see how we go. Could be a little bit tricky with the trees.
Point stored.
Point stored, beautiful. Ooh, I think I found a peg. I have found a peg. I wonder what the significance of this is. It could be one of Ian Idale's pegs again. So here's another thing about tilt compensation. This strapping here is on. And it's an electric fence. It wouldn't give you the biggest shock, but it would be a shock if you touch it. But that's the beauty of the tilt compensation, because I can hold this on the peg like so. Firstly, I'll change the code to peg found. I'll put the bottom of the pole on the clout. You can see I'm not touching the electric fence, and I should be okay with this carbon fibre pole anyway.
Point stored.
And I'll read that a few times.
Point stored. Point stored.
Just be careful getting in under here too.
RTK initialization locked. RTK initialization locked. RTK initialize. RTK initialization lost. RTK initialize.
Okay. Back reading this fence.
Point stored.
And if you're wandering through here, and I know it's springtime, but if it was summertime, just want to be a bit wary for snakes, especially red belly black snakes or brown snakes. They could be lurking in this long grass. Oh, you can see here. See the little tags here where the arborist has been on these trees. Just wander through here and I'll take a reading on the benchmark nail that I put in the concrete here. So there's my benchmark nail in concrete. I'll read that again. Nail, benchmark. Hold it on here. Which is not all that easy to do sometimes. Again, we don't have to worry about tilt.
Point stored.
Okay, so when I was here a few years ago, I put a nail in a rock. You can see there's the that's that green dam I had in my last video. I'm just going to stake out a nail here. And you want to be careful walking around here. I'll stick to the fence because that looks like where perhaps a horse or whatever probably chose the same path. We're getting close. Right there. Have we got a nail here? So I was just having a bit of a dig here, and even though the GPS is taking me to the mark within a little bit, my base station over there is not actually set up on, it's on MGA coordinates. We'll just turn the volume down. It's on MGA coordinates. However, the accuracy of those coordinates is probably only plus or minus about a metre. So anything I'm trying to stake out, I won't be able to get without first localising that base station, without going to some known marks and adjusting it, which I haven't done. So you can see that I'm here. Well, I've just found the mark because I kind of knew I was in the right spot. And you can see that, be careful, hang on my GPS so it doesn't fall over, but there's my nail there. So I'm probably a good metre south. I was looking at a good metre south of where I should have been, which just goes to show that setting the GPS up there on an assumed set of coordinates, well, it's MGA. I've just let the GPS determine the coordinates. You can kind of find stuff. So I'm quite happy about that. I'll read onto this nail now, and again when I'm back in the office I'll adjust my survey to suit that nail, the nail I've just measured, and a survey mark way out on the road which I'll measure later. So for the purpose of this survey I'll be limiting my observations just to the edge of this fencing here, which sort of goes down to a house down the bottom of the hill, because it's too thick and too much headache. So, and there's another dam down there. Whilst this GS18 would easily map a lot of that, it's just time consuming. So what I'll be doing is providing some approximate contouring for this area here using LiDAR mapping, which is sort of has an accuracy of plus or minus 0.3 of a metre according to Geoscience Australia. So that will be plenty good enough to show what's happening, and I'll be able to trace the dam and make a good picture. Oh gee, I'm exhausted already. It's almost lunchtime. Well, this is going to conclude this video, everyone. Stay tuned for part 3 of this adventure here on this Aussie horse paddock. Just to wrap up what we discussed today, I showed you how to set up the Leica GS15, which is a little brother to my GS18, a new member of the family, and I showed you how to set that up. I've shown you a little bit of the site that I'm working on, and let's just pan around again. Look at these wild flowers, just incredible. And we have some gum trees here. Let's get out of the sun. Yeah, so just sort of showing you how I map these properties. Again, you've got the option of using just the rover connected to CoreNet, or in my instance, my GS15 base station up on the hill there. Takeaway comments again would be that if you are setting up a base station, make sure you put it in a nice open paddock. Yeah, and if you happen to be looking to buy a GPS receiver and you do like the idea of the Leica products, contact Kristine from CR Kennedy. I'll leave some details in the description for that, or reach out to me. Be happy to pass you on. Again, I'm not receiving any commissions or compensation for promoting Leica. I just happen to really like the product, and highly recommend that you check them out. Obviously you might favour Trimble or Topcon products, and that's okay. And finally, yeah, thanks so much for watching. Please make sure you like and subscribe. This channel is all about land surveying. I've been doing it for since 1994, so what's that, 31 years. It's a long time. You probably can tell, got a bit of a grey beard there. And it's a career for life. It really is a career for life. If you're looking to be a surveyor, there are heaps of opportunities working out in places like this, working in the mines, on construction sites, civil roads, small buildings, large buildings, subdivisions, detail surveys, identification surveys, drone mapping, scanning, laser scanning. Enormous amounts of opportunities for surveyors. We have a huge shortage in Australia, so please make sure you check out some of the links that I'll leave in the description. Thanks so much for watching, everyone, and we'll see you on the next video. G'day everyone, the Global Surveyor. Look where I am. Absolute jungle. Well, it clears a bit in that direction. Actually up there on top of the bank is a ginormous dam. And I'm stuck under a tree here. I have 24 satellites with an accuracy of 20 mils vertically and 15 mils horizontally. Check out this old post. Really old post, and a more recent chain wire fence, and abutting that is a post and netting fence. It's a real mixed bag. Oh, we've got some barbed wire here too. it's a real mixed bag of fences, and I'm looking for a galvanized iron pipe. I've done some calculations, and where the bottom of the pole is actually where it's supposed to be, but it's quite possible that it could be a couple of 100 mils in this direction, because I found a mark at the front which was partially disturbed, but my calculations suggest that I've got to go a little bit further on, so I'm going to have a look right now. Okay, so I've dug a bit of a hole here. The strange thing is, my calculations are saying that the pipe is right where this timber post is. Now that timber post is quite old, and I think if you were undertaking a survey and you were trying to choose a sort of a hierarchy of evidence, this timber post would probably have more weight than this more recent chain wire fence. And well, even the barbed wire fence there is pretty ratty, but persistence pays. I thought to myself, I wonder what would happen if I dug underneath this post. And you probably already guessed what I'm about to say, but check this out. Here's the post, nice little post here, and look what I found. GI pipe. It's bloody old. This pipe is from the 1950s, and it's sitting right up against this post. I'll put a bit of ribbon on it. See how round it is there? Sitting, and it's in reasonably good nick underneath this old timber post. Now, I forgot my little camera mount today, so I'm going to have to hold this with my hands. Thank goodness I've got a tilt compensation GPS. So firstly, I'll just put the end of the pipe, the end of the pole on the pipe, and it's telling me, I'm not sure how well you can see that, but it's saying I don't have to, if I turn it around this way, it's saying I've got to go about 80 millimeters towards the road and 140 millimeters up the hill. Well, my calculations were quite rough, and I hadn't found any decent survey marks, but now that I found this, I'll be able to adjust everything accordingly. Holy moly. But that's not bad. I mean, look where we are, right under these trees. The Leica GS18 is doing really well. We've got 17 satellites, 25 now, accuracy of 20 by 16. That's 20 mils vertically and 16 mils horizontal. And I've got a GI pipe. I can't believe it. What a great way to end the week. Can't believe it. So this is part 3 of my adventure here on this horse paddock. Although this is not the horse paddock, this is down in no man's land. Look at the lantana, and look where I am. I'll give this a read now. Okay, we've got this in measure mode. Bit tricky to film this and hold, but I'll do my best. Put it on the pipe, like so. Got it in tilt compensation, so I'll just do some that one was out of limits, I'll do it again.
Point stored.
Point stored. Scroll down. Go down a little bit further, you might be able to see the pole. You can see straight away the bubble's not level, and that's because I'm leaning that up against the post. Don't need the bubble. Read it again.
Point stored.
Some sort of closing comments about this GI pipe for this part of the survey, and that is that when you're looking for survey marks, don't always assume that the fence post is at the corner. And I think you've just got to be, because when people come along and put these chain wire fences in, they may not get a surveyor to come here and put some pegs in, so they're sort of putting the fence back up maybe where it used to be or where they think it is, and therefore they're not going to dig a hole. They're not going to know that there's a reference mark under the ground, and they don't actually know where the corner is. So the corner, surprisingly, is 1'6", a 1'6". I don't want to fill the hole in, but I can see my foot there. That's a foot and a little bit. So we're talking here, it's about 0.457 of a metre is where the corner is, and it's kind of opposite the chain wire fence, which is surprising. So again, you just got to make sure that you explore where you think it is and a little bit beyond, which is what I did. I had a bit of a dig over here and couldn't find anything. But wow, hey, that's pretty cool. 1950s GI pipe found in this jungle. I think it's time to get out of here. Wow, can you believe it? I'm exhausted. Gee. Not easy to walk around here. Again, if you've got things in your pockets, you want to make sure you don't fall out. So that GI pipe will be a huge help in determining where the property boundaries are. That lantern is hard on your hands. Oh. And your face. Scratching your face. Whew. We'll just get up to the top of this damn bank. Bloody damn bank. Hear the frogs? It's almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and sometimes you go to these places, you never know when you're going to finish. Check out this dam. How peaceful, beautiful place. I guess that's one of the beauties of surveying, you know, is you get to walk around places like this. Yeah, so as I said before, this is part 3 of my huge survey of this property, and I'm at the tail end now. We started off measuring with the Leica GS18 and picking up a whole bunch of property features, natural surface, trees, fencing, services, and I showed you how amazing it is with the tilt compensation. And then second part was using the Leica GS18 as a base to tackle some of the more challenging parts of the site and establishing some precise survey control with some static observations. And then the third part of the project was finding some survey marks, which I've done down the bottom there. So many thanks for watching. It's just a shorter video today, and stay tuned for the next video. I'm just coming up to the site here where I saw the most enormous python, and you won't believe me, but I'll show you a photo. I feel sorry for the person that's going to have to remove some of those piles of timber there. I mean, it's only probably going to end up on the truck anyway, but they might get a bit of a surprise when they pull open the timber, because the python, not necessarily dangerous, you know, just a carpet python, found its way out of the scrub, probably enjoying its time up in those turpentine trees, and it's come down and it's now sitting somewhere in that pile of timber. Thanks so much for watching, everyone, and make sure you hit like and subscribe to the channel. Plenty of surveying videos coming up. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you on the next video. Bye. G'day everyone, the Global Surveyor. Check this really nice garden here. Lovely gate, trees, lovely green lawn. Gee, that's lush. Last week, and my last video, I was out measuring up and down cliffs and looking for survey marks. And today, and it was boiling hot. It was like 40 degrees almost. Today, different story. Cloudy, a bit of rain, and continuing on with the subdivision work, I'm measuring to a state survey mark just here, 46637 in a concrete driveway. I've got the Leica GS18, and I'll be recording that for a period of time so I can measure an MGA azimuth for my subdivision. And this particular mark is a little bit away from my subdivision, but you need to measure your you need to tie your subdivision into established survey marks, and this is just one of them here. It's a state survey mark, as I just showed you. A state survey mark here in a concrete driveway. Okay, so we have the Leica GS18 sitting there. I'm just inside my car at the moment. They've got the Leica CS20 controller, and as you might see here, we have 24 satellites. We have 9mm vertically to 4mm horizontally. They're the residuals there. 3D quality of about 9 mils, and an antenna height of 2 meters, which is, you can just see, it's on a 2-meter pole with a bipod. And I'm going to let it sit here and take 180 readings. That's about 3 minutes worth of data. And I'm going to just do that a few times and then mean up all of the positions. Okay, so I've just recorded 3 sets of 180 observations on each each little session, and you can see the coordinates here are very good: 309, 307, 309, 915, 917, 911, 729, 728 and 719 for the height. But the easting and northing coordinates are the ones I'm primarily interested in, and yeah, they're very good. Okay, so the next survey mark I've got to measure is an SSM here. You can see I've painted it with a bit of yellow paint, and I had to dig for it. It's just see in there, it's in some rock. There's a bit of rock there too. It's not the most fantastic location, so I'm going to be observing this point for a lot longer than normal, and again mean up the results. So a good tip to keep consistency with your GPS observations is not only make the GPS observation now, but you should really go back in about 20 minutes time when the constellations, when the satellites have moved on and there's a new set of GPS satellites. And we can just see here, we just click on, oops, we go into the sky plot here. So you can see a whole bunch of satellites up there at the moment. 27 I'm connected to. So it's good to come back. A lot of these satellites will move on. Some of them might stay, and some new ones will come back into the mix there. So it's always good, if you can, to go back about 20 minutes later after that observation, and by doing that, that actually ensures you're getting repeatability of measurements. Another, I'll just escape out of that, but another useful trick is to reinitialize
RTK initialization lock.
the GPS receiver,
RTK initialized.
and you can see it's already gone back to a fixed position very quickly. But by doing that, that's just another way of ensuring that there's no sort of issues with the measurements that you're making. Another very peaceful road. Nice day to be surveying. Yeah, lovely looking road there. And I've just got my Leica GS18 set up on a permanent survey mark. The last 2 marks were what were called state survey marks. This is a permanent survey mark, and it's in a metal box with a lid. And in this instance here, I don't know how well you can see, but it's a star picket with a punch mark. So that's the type of survey mark that we'll be measuring to. And the GPS is just up there, and you can probably see or hear it's starting to rain. Starting to rain here. Controller's getting wet. The GPS is weatherproof, so that's a good thing. But how cool is it to sit here in the car with the controller, have the GPS up there, control everything, hop back in your car, out of the rain, and do it all from here. You can see we've got taken 50, 60 positions so far, 26 satellites, 2D accuracy of 5 millimeters. Not bad. And I can't believe that exactly a week ago I was out here and it was about, well, it felt like 40 degrees. It might not have been quite 40 degrees, but gee, it was hot. Such a relief for it not to be so hot today. But this is sort of probably the cruisiest or the laziest or the most relaxing part of surveying, whereby you're just sitting here watching the GPS do all the hard work in the pouring rain. Up there somewhere. And I'm here in the dry. And I guess whilst we're sitting here in the wet, or in the dry actually, waiting for the GPS to complete its first round, it's almost at 180 readings, and I'm going to press stop here, and this will record it.
Point stored.
Point stored. Please make sure you like and subscribe to the channel, The Global Surveyor, and we are on TikTok too. Really trying to grow the Global Surveyors channel on YouTube, so if you haven't subscribed already, your support would be greatly appreciated, and hoping to do a few more live streams this year. Please make sure you leave some comments, and if you have any survey related questions, feel free to ask. Well, the rain stopped, and here's another beauty here, a permanent survey mark in a piece of concrete with and a metal box, perched up on the edge of the road here. Again, quiet road. What a lovely place to work. Storm's coming again. A lot of these marks that I'm measuring to, I may not necessarily use as part of my subdivision, but better to be safe than sorry. Here's just another PM here, and I've just grabbed a stick so I can poke away here, and don't want to get bitten by any spiders. You can just see the makings. Get this soil out of the way. Now where you can see, hang on. There you go. Steel pin in box. Steel pin in concrete in metal box. So I'm going to give that a read. So some of these marks that I'm measuring to, as I said before, I may or may not use. Just want to be better to be safe than sorry, and just pick up a few of these marks. I'm generally, what you do is find survey marks that are coordinated, class C or better, and preferably class B, but class C or better, and using the coordinates that have been on public record for those marks, that sort of determines the azimuth and orientation of your survey. However, some of the marks that I measured way over there at the start of the video, the coordinates that are on public record aren't fantastic. In fact, they're not very good at all. So I'm not 100% sure why, but the marks could have moved. They could have just been poorly coordinated in the first place. So I've got to get to the bottom of that, and once I've figured out what marks I'm going to use, then I'll take the ones I want and leave the ones I don't. So now I've just set up a tripod. So we have a Seiko Trimax tripod, and we've got the Leica SNLL321. I think it might have a serial number. It does there. There you go. SNLL321. And we've also got the Leica circular prism. And you can see this is a laser plummet. There's some laser warnings there, not to stare at the laser. And if we go down here, you can see just in front of my finger the red laser. So it saves you having to use an optical plummet, and it's very, very accurate and very fast to set up that tripod. So now what we're going to do as part of the survey is we have to conduct a GNSS validation. So we need to not only measure 2 marks with the GPS, but if we're going to use the orientation of that GPS orientation, which might be derived using CoreNet, I need to validate the distance between the 2 marks using a total station, the traditional way of using surveying equipment. And And that's what we're going to do now. And the storm's coming. So in a moment, I'm going to be setting my total station just sort of over the top of the car, almost just on the bend, so I can see that tripod that I just showed you. And I've got my other station here, and I've put it here because I want to be able to read right up the end of the road. Well, actually not quite up the end of the road, because I've got a few survey reference marks along the way that I'd need to locate. But the idea will be, yes, to read right to the very end of the road, which will be where my final place is that I'll be comparing a measurement made using the total station and the GPS. Well, you couldn't predict this, could you? Like last week, as I said, nearly 40 degrees, stinking hot. I could barely, I almost thought I wouldn't make it, it was that bad, you know. I was down in the scrub, and it's raining now, so I've just put on the Leica raincoat. I think there's a company in the UK that makes a groovy little raincoat attachment for the Leica, and I think it's useful for other total stations, and I'm thinking about getting one. If you happen to be watching and you're the you know anything about it, it's orange, and it's got like a little roof, and it's got a plastic screen here, so you can read the controller screen. It just enables you to work in all conditions, rain and sunlight too. I've got the tripod down there, and I'm going to use the Measure Foresight program to read some angles soon. Okay, so whilst it's raining, it's actually starting to, it's not bucketing, so I'm gonna give it a go. We're going to use a program called Measure Foresight. It's an app within the Measure app here. So we'll select Measure to start with. I've already set the instrument up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be reading the angle from the station up the road here to the station there. It's just reading sets of angles, but it's all automated. So what we do is, my next point, I'm going to change my target height to 0. Got to change the prism, because I've gone into measure and record, it's changed the prism on me, so we're going to change it to a Leica round prism. And under functions, tools, we've got this app here, Measure Foresight. I'll scroll down to it, press go, and it's saying what type of behavior do you want for the operation. So we're going to go backsight, foresight, foresight, backsight. It's going to do automatic target aiming, so I don't have to worry about any of that. Using the current backsight, which is the one up there, as my reference point. Okay. Number of sets. Well, I'll just do 2. I think that will be well and truly good enough for what I'm trying to do. So now it's asking me to firstly sight the target that I want to read to. So that's what I'm going to do right now. Okay, so I have the total station focused and aligned to the my station down there. I'm going to call it point number 8002. I'm going to press measure. Firstly, we're going to take it out of, you want to change the measuring to a single shot, not repeating. And I hit measure.
Point stored.
And
Lock
it says,
the target.
now, it says to me, what would you like to do? Let's see if I can read that. What do you want to do? Do you want to add any more targets, or are you done? Well, in this instance, it's just the one. So we're going to hit done.
Target lock lost.
And you can see here now, the instrument's going to go and do the measuring all by itself. If the instrument decides that there's a vertical, as in here, vertical angular difference of 8 seconds, do I want to accept it? I can say yes or no. In this instance, I'm going to say yes.
Point stored.
Heights aren't overly important. We're just reading angles. So you can see now it's sighting up the back there.
Point stored.
It's reading another face.
Point stored. Point stored.
Turning again. Reading next face.
Point stored.
Storm's coming. Okay.
Point stored.
So you can see it doesn't take very long, and now the results are here. And so we've got the new point ID at 8002. I called that 8001, and this is 8000, and it has a whole bunch of the horizontal arc average and the vertical average and the distance average, number of sets, and I just click OK. That's stored point 8002 down the road, which is great. I think there might be an app called Sets of Angles or something like that, but this is just another app within the Leica Captivate, which I found, and it's the best thing ever. And now I can set up at 8002, side 8001, and off I go. But before I do any of that, and I appreciate everyone for watching, I've got this GI pipe in here, which I'm going to read right now. I'm glad the rain stopped. Sometimes when you're driving up and down the road, going between station and station down there, which is where I've got to go in a second, you forget, you drive past, because I've come up here to set this tripod up, so I've driven past that and forgot to pick up the prism. Well, thankfully I've got quite a few prisms. I keep a few extras in this yellow box here, and this is a different type of Leica spigot prism holder here. See, it's a bit of wear and tear there, but it's still the Leica circular prism, quite lightweight. It says something like T2, T, C1, T1, T16. They're just little settings there. But in order to set this up, see, there's no optical plummet. So what I did was put my total station on top, leveled it all up, put a GI nail underneath, and then transferred the top. So still does the same trick and should be good to go. And from there, I need to read, there's my boundary corner over in there, and I've got a drill hole and wing in a rock that I placed in the previous video, you might see there. So I'll give that a read, and then up to the top of the hill. So when I first started out, before I bought the whiz-bang Leica Tribrax and the laser plummets, I had optical plummets, and a mate of mine who used to work for Topcon in Sydney, Australia, he sold me some Topcon Tribrax. And the good things about these ones is it does have an optical plummet, which you've got to keep in adjustment, but it also has this window here, which basically allows you to set your laser or your total station on top with a laser plummet, and that laser beam will shine through that hole, and you're able to then use the laser, whereas some of the old ones didn't actually have that functionality. You had to use the optical plummet to set up the Tribrax. So yeah, I've got some other Leica prisms here. You can see they're quite shiny. Sometimes they don't even get any use. And I've also got some sighting targets here, which are great on stinking hot days. Help you find the center of the target. All protected in a little case like so. It just sits in the back of the car and just gets used occasionally. Okay, you can see I've got my mini prism here, like a mini prism. It's 50 mils long there, another 50 there, makes a total of 100 mils if you need to put in a height. It's got a groovy little silver and red pole, and you can attach that pole up, and there's quite a few lengths that you can add to it if you want. And I'm going to read this drill hole and wing that I've placed here, and you can see that the hole's just deep enough to level this thing up manually, but I think I'll hold it. I'm going to hold it just like that. There you go. That's pretty good. That's going to read over to the total station, and that will be a drill hole and wing in rock. It's a reference to a corner I've got over there. Okay, I'm almost at the other end of the line here. It's just a line I need to verify by measuring with the GPS and total station. In this instance, I'm not going to put a tripod on this last mark. I was just a bit awkward carrying all this. See here, going through the bush, I've had to cut, it's quite exhausting, and having to cut a line through the bush. I've got an accurate Leica prism pole with an accurate bubble, well, an 8-minute bubble. Some of the prism poles don't actually have that, but as you can see here, I don't actually want to even try and go too close, but down there was where there's a boundary corner right off the edge of these rocks here. So I've got a drill hole and wing which is facing towards the corner, which means that the next surveyor won't necessarily have to go down there for the purpose of doing something minor on the site. If there was a subdivision or something happening here, or a new road, there won't be any new roads, but there is a road here, Crown Road, well then it's quite possible that the surveyor would have to go down there, but for any other minor purposes on the property coming here. But I'm going to measure back up there. What I'm going to do is I've cleared a line. There's a gap up in there, so I'm going to give it a measure now. Okay everyone, well, we're at the tail end of today's survey. You can see I've just set the, it's coming through here, the bush. I've set the GPS back up on this drill hole and wing that I measured with the total station. We'll see it in a sec. Hard to get down here. There it is over there. It's got to be careful walking around here, like I said before, with the cliffs. But look, thanks so much for watching everyone. Thank you for liking my channel, subscribing. There's plenty of survey videos there, so make sure you check out some of the older ones and some of the better ones. Probably the newer ones, they're getting better and better and better. Well, I'd like to think so. Let me know what you think. If there's something you don't like, or something you'd like to change, or something you'd like to see, just let me know. I might just sit here on this, on these chairs here and just soak in the view overlooking the cliff. We're done 350 readings here. I might just store that.
Point stored.
Point stored. It's a Friday. It's the end of the day. It's great. Thanks again everyone, and stay tuned for the next video. See you later. G'day everyone, the Global Surveyor. It's the end of the week, a Friday, and just look where I am, underneath this power line. I've just left my car there, walked through the Transgrid power line easement gate there. You can see this transmission tower here. It drops off down into a gully, quite steep. And today I'm undertaking a subdivision. It's actually a boundary adjustment, and I've got to go find some survey marks which define the rear of this boundary. So that's what I'm up to, and you can probably see here there's quite a bit of rock, which is really good for placing survey marks. Oh gee, there's a bit of glass here. Oh, what have I found? Oh, what a bonus. A 1-cent coin. We don't have those anymore in Australia. I can't even really read the date. I'll stay tuned. When I get a chance, I'll read the date and let you know. But you never know what you find when you're out here. But for the first thing I've got to do is stake out a rock mark, which will probably be over here somewhere, and it's according to my calculations about 25 meters away. And when you see 25 meters and you see it dropping over the edge there, it doesn't sound all that exciting. But stay tuned, and make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. I've got a heap of videos about surveying, all different types, finding old survey marks, tips and tricks, how to use the surveying equipment here. I've got the Leica GS18, and I've also got just really other interesting things about surveying. Trying to, the purpose of the channel really is to sell surveying and sell the adventure of surveying, as you can see here. So I'm going to go look for some survey marks. Stay tuned. Like every single job I do, it is adventurous and sometimes downright bloody dangerous. Hanging on for dear life here. There's a cliff here, and I think this survey mark will be close to the cliff. I've got to get, it'll be somewhere here, but I can't actually have a look at my controller just yet, because as you'll see, I've got to take it easy. Whoa, I don't want to fall off the cliff. Okay. Well, that's encouraging. It's only 800, as in 0.8 of a metre, somewhere here. 700, just underneath this log here. I wonder if I can break this off. You see how if you're standing on the edge of a cliff and you want to hold on to something, you want to make sure that it's not going to break. I've got these boundary marks coordinated, and that's why I'm able to stake out this mark. You can see I've got a bipod here too, because I don't really want to be standing here if I don't have to. 50 mils and 200. It's about there. We'll give it a look. Having the bipod is handy too, because you can just place the GPS down or pole down. In this instance, I'm just going to lean it up against the scrub here, which should be reasonably safe. There's some vines there. I'm going to have a look, see what we can find. And again, we don't want to fall off that cliff. So it's in this vicinity somewhere. what have we got here? Look, I can see the remains of a wing. Now this is an old rock mark. I believe it might even have a broad arrow, according to, it does. Holy cow, yes, look. We'll start off here. This is fantastic. This is a really old mark from the 1800s. So we've got the wing here, the wing here. Now straight away we can tell this one's got a circular hole, not a square one. But check out the broad arrow. How awesome's that? I'll give it a coat of paint. Okay, gonna give it a coat of paint. Oh, don't drop your phone. Be in big trouble if we drop our phones, especially off the cliff. Okay, we're gonna give this drill hole a coat of paint. There's the wing. I'm sure the surveyor that put this in the 1800s won't mind a bit of yellow paint. Will help the next surveyor find it. Although this block of land here, it's not likely to be ever subdivided further. And I'm just doing a boundary adjustment, so the chances of anyone actually using this mark again is it's not likely. Okay, so staking it out, it's saying I've got to go 50 mils and 40 mils, but that's not too bad considering that I just had a very, not rough, but I was using marks way down the other end of the property, so I'm quite happy with that. I'm going to get out of stakeout mode and go into measure mode here. I'm going to measure these marks. I'm actually going to do quite a few measurements, and I'll mean up all of them at a later time. I'm just going to put a code in here, rock mark, and BA for broad arrow. But how cool is that, hey? What a place. And the reason why, you can see that the line of this, move some of these leaves, you can see that the line of this the wings are heading way down the cliff there. So the boundary's actually heading down the bottom of those cliffs, and this would have been the place. This is just a line mark, so when the surveyor came through, he had to find a place where he could set up and see down into no man's land down there. So what a place to go. I'll give this a reading now. I've got it set to accuracy mode. It takes about 50 readings at 0.2 of a second, so it's pretty fast and pretty bloody accurate.
Point stored. Point stored. Point stored. Point stored. Point stored.
Yeah, so that's exciting. So the next point now we're going to look for is a reference mark, a drill hole and wing in rock. I'm hoping that it's going to be on the high side of the cliff and not down there. You'll see in a previous video that I think it's titled Surveying at the Bottom of a Cliff or something like that. It was late last year. I was at the other end of this line, so if you haven't seen that video, make sure you check it out. I don't know how well you can see here, but you can see this tree's broken off. We had some really strong winds just after Christmas time here in Australia, and a lot of trees got smashed, so amazing force of nature there. Okay, off to the next mark. I'm getting close to the cliff again. Still got 30 metres to go. Oh dear. Hoping this survey mark is on the top of the cliff and not at the bottom. got to be careful. Oh, I suppose it's not too bad here. Not too bad. Gee. It's saying 25 metres. I don't like the look of this. It's not easy to walk around places like this. Not easy at all. 23 metres. Not easy. I might just go over here and have a look. See, it's quite possible that the only way down is down through here, down through this gully. And I really need this mark. It seemed like the last time I had to do this on the other side of the property, I had to squeeze down through this gap, or a gap like this. Go over here and see what this GPS is telling me. Again, 20 metres. Oh dear. It's down the bottom. It's down there. I think I've got no choice but to go down there. Look at this cliff. Holy cow. Okay. Let's see. I just went over to the edge there, see if I could find a way down. And getting down there doesn't look all that promising at this stage. I'm not taking any risks.
RTK initialization locked. RTK initialized.
No risks at all.
RTK initialization locked. RTK initialized.
Got to be really careful.
RTK
And you've got to remember when you go down how to get back up again. Have a look. Yeah, I think in the interest of safety, I didn't really want to go down this gap here, although that would be the fastest way down there. I think in the interest of my safety, I'm going to come in from the other end, and I'll have to just track back here instead. And hopefully I can stick at the bottom of the cliffs and find this mark, because yeah, it's just simply too dangerous. And sometimes you've just got to make that call. It's going to take a little bit extra time. But I found that old rock mark, and really, if there's a level of hierarchy of evidence or whatever, that mark takes precedence over this reference mark that was placed in a rock here. Still a bit baffled on how the surveyor got down here to put that mark in. It's quite possible that he went down through this gap here, but I've looked again, and I'm just a bit wary. There's a jolly great big tree root jammed in there with a lot of these she oak needles on top, and I don't want to take the risk, so I'm going to head back to the car and go out and find a few marks out on the road and come back in here and get it later. Oh, a lot of walking in this job. You can see walking through the these thistles here and weed. There's the car. Thank goodness I'm back. So just driven back out to the road. We've got this just opposite this fence post here. You can see some yellow dots, and that's referring to a permanent survey mark here under this plate. And it's actually a instead of being a steel pin, it's actually a star picket in this instance. I don't know how well you can see that there where my fingers are. Star picket. So we just adopt, there's a little, it's hard to feel, but there's a tiny little punch mark in the top of that star picket, so we're going to measure to that. And we've got a reference mark here, a concrete block, a galvanised iron pipe buried under the ground there about 1 metre from the corner, so I'm going to give them a measure now. So in this instance, even though my GPS does have tilt compensation, I've decided to turn the tilt off and just use a bipod. That sort of can get the marks a little bit more accurate. I find that when measuring with the tilt compensation, the residuals, it's a bit hard to see here, but we've got a 2D horizontal residual of 6 mils and the 1D of 10 mils, and I find that the residuals are a lot smaller with the tilt compensation turned off. So if you are using tilt and you're finding that the residuals are 20 or 30 mils, if you're used to the old way where we didn't have tilt compensation, the thing to do is to turn the tilt off, and you'll find that those residuals will be a lot smaller.
Point stored.
And another thing I was going to mention was, if you are using GPS to measure some survey marks, remembering that the constellations, the satellites, are recording the position based on where they are now. Now in 20 minutes time, that set of satellites up in the sky would have moved on and a new set would have come in. So this is the second time that I've come back here. I was here about probably more than 20 minutes ago, probably a good half an hour ago. So by doing multiple readings at a certain time and then coming back 20 minutes, half an hour later and doing it again, you can then mean up all of the results. And by meaning them up, then you should be able to come back on any other day and land smack bang right in the middle. I guess it's another way of the word describing it as it's being or having repeatability, so that you can keep coming back to the same mark and definitely land on it because you've measured it several times. Okay, so we've got a galvanised iron pipe here buried under the bushes. I've found this one before. You can see I've tied a bit of pink ribbon here, but I've got to uncover it again, and I have to remeasure this one. Sometimes you dig and there it is. I can just feel it. Sometimes you put the spade in and you can just feel a bit of resistance. Let's see how the spade, I'm got to be careful, but I don't know how well with all the light here. It's probably a bit dark, but just here where my finger is, I've got a galvanised iron pipe looking pretty good. Now we're here inside the bushes with excellent sky coverage there. A bit bright, maybe, depending on how well you can see that, but we do have excellent sky coverage. 25 satellites, GPS working really, really well inside this thick hedge. So some of you may be asking, you're just using GPS for the entire subdivision. Well, that's technically not true. What I'm actually doing here is finding all the survey marks I can and measuring them with the GPS. Some of the ones right down the very back where it's not practical to traverse within the time frame, I'll be using a bit of combination of static GPS, and the nearest state survey marks are a couple of kilometres over the hill. So that's not possible to be traversing traditionally with a total station. So I'll be doing and using some RTK GNSS observations to tie those state survey marks into the subdivision. Oh. Well, I had a look for a survey reference mark down the road there and I couldn't find it. which is a total bummer. I'd looked 3 times. I thought third time lucky, but no luck. This nice quiet street, eh? And so I put there was a head wall, a concrete head wall down there. I've just placed a drill hole and wing in that, reference to the corner that I couldn't find. I've dug and dug and dug, and it looks like there's been some serious sort of, maybe some earthworks here, and it's filled a bit here. And anyway, I've got to go in here now, but I'm thinking of putting a drill hole and wing in this rock. I don't think it's a floater, so I'll have a look at that in a moment. But I've got my trusty brush hook here, and this is an old hand-me-down brush hook from my old boss. You can see it's been welded a few times here, but it's sharp. And the idea of the brush hook, it's kind of like a Grim Reaper sort of thing, is that you hack your way through the bush, and it makes it a lot easier to get past. Normally you'd have an assistant doing this, and this privet, which is what I'm cutting into now, is not the easiest spot. That doesn't really matter how sharp this is. It's just not the easiest sort of stuff to cut. I want to be able to see the peg that I'm going to place with the GPS initially from the road, so when I traverse up here with the total station, I can connect to it and just adjust it if I've got to. Things you got to do, eh? Well, you could be stuck in an office, or you're out here. And this privet is really tough. I remember when I was about 19, when I first started surveying, and my boss asked me to cut through things like this, and I go, oh no. And it was actually with this very brush hook. So I've been doing that since about 1994. It's a long time ago. Whew. Well, I don't really miss cutting through the bush with a brush hook, but sometimes you've got to. And there's going to be a peg somewhere here where I've got my bag. I have to try and clear a space. Maybe get rid of this. Just got to be careful of not getting this tangled up with a fence. Maybe cut from the inside. I noticed there was some sort of rose bush here, or blackberries or something. I think blackberries. But if you're going to put pegs in, you can actually see this line of star pickets, and out there is my corner. So one of the corners, the new corner on the road here is going to be somewhere in this vicinity, so I've got to get it cleaned up. So you can see here I've placed the new peg. I'll tie some ribbon on the fence, and I'll have to measure an offset from the peg to the fence. It's only about 100 mils, 10 centimeters approximately. I'll tie some ribbon. That's a post and wire and netting fence, and I'll read this with the GPS, and then I'll figure out where I'm going to put a traverse station out here, which I'll read it again with a total station. And then after I've read, what I've done here is I've instead of putting a nail for the time being, I've just placed a black texture mark, and once I've read that, I'll come back and adjust it, and if I have to, place a nail in the peg.
Point stored.
So you might be able to see a sort of a line of rocks here, or a line of sort of bedrock, sort of almost where they've maybe excavated out of the road, and it sort of continues along here. And I've placed a reference mark here, drill hole and wings in this rock. It should be pretty stable. It's I don't know, 8 meters or something to the corner. The maximum distance you can have a mark is 30 meters, I believe, in the regs. So it's not exceeding that in any way, and I'll be able to easily access that with the total station at a later time. Well, I've come down to the end of the road, and you can see I'm under the power line. It's just about lunchtime now. I've been here a few hours, and there's supposed to be a survey mark here. It's referenced right underneath the power line. You can see I'm right underneath the power line, and it's supposed to be in rock. There's rock over there, and there's little patches of it there, and there's some patch there and some over there, but I'm a little bit worried. But I think the mark is here. I've just staked it out, and I can hear rock, which is always encouraging. I've just got to dig a big enough hole to be able to find this mark, and I'm actually really relying on it, to be honest, because it's what helps fix this side boundary of mine, and I'll be using that to make any adjustments to the marks that I've put in already. But you can see here, here's some rock, and oh, there's something there. Might have to, there's some little depression there. See if I can make this hole bigger. Oh gee, that's encouraging sound when you dig down. And good digging, actually. And I can hear that rock. But no mark yet. Might need to get a something to scratch around. See if I can find a. What have I got in here? I've got a trusty little chisel, and actually, it's probably always a good idea. Had a few things out today. To have a little broom. I can't see it, not to worry. Always good to have a little broom or something like that. What I'll do, there's something, definitely rock there. Now this mark, and there's definitely dogs as well. This mark was placed a long time ago, so what I'll do, I'll have a good look and we'll get back to you. Well, this is a little bit disappointing. I dug quite a big hole and I've hit rock, and there was supposed to be a drill hole and wing here, and it was placed a very long time ago. And there's lots of little weathered bits of rock here. It's solid rock, and I've had a really good scratch with a little screwdriver here, flat-headed screwdriver. My calculations say here, the only thing I've found which remotely looks like a wing is some little deviation here, and it's very strange because it's longish, but it's kind of pointing in this direction, and there's a bit of a deviation here. There. Now I'm looking here, and I can't see anything that remotely looks like a drill hole and wing. There's some little bit of a deviation there, but that's a bit disappointing. I've measured this, and the wing is facing the complete opposite direction, and I'll just have to maybe forget about it. I was kind of hoping I could use that as a good mark, as a reference mark to my corner. We've got a GI pipe down the very bottom there, but I tend to think that I should place a drill hole and wing on the edge of a cliff there, because there's just not, here's a little bit too far. This is just underneath the power line. Down there's a little bit closer to the you know, within the minimum distance that you can have a reference mark, and it'll be a little bit more accessible from here. So I think I'll do that instead. But yeah, what a bummer, eh? Whew. And I was so confident there was rock there. I thought for sure I'd find that mark, but no luck. I did get my broom and I've swept, and I mean, I'll go back when I go back to the office, I'll have another look to see if I can find something. But you know, if there was a drill hole and wing here, it was placed a very long time ago. And you know, I found some good drill hole and wings like I showed you early in the video. So I'm a bit confused as to why this one has disappeared, but not to worry. I'll see what I can find. I'll go put in a reference mark there, and then it's down into no man's land for the afternoon. Wish me luck. And again, placing another reference mark where it's going to be easy for the next surveyor, because the GI pipe at the corners over the edge of the cliff. And that's where I've got to go next. I've got to go down here along there and look for the drill hole and wing that I was trying to find earlier. Hopefully it's not too difficult. But yeah, placed a drill hole and wing here on the cliff, painted it yellow, and should be able to read it from up there near the road at a later time. Okay. The moment maybe everyone's been waiting for, but I don't think I've been waiting for it. And that is now going to make my way down to the bottom of the cliff. And I've been down here before. I tied a bit of ribbon in the bush so I could help find my way down here. But, I think it's over here. It's not easy to get down here. Yeah, I can see the ribbon. And someone's made this track. Someone made this track, thank goodness. Because otherwise, that was my problem last time I was here. I couldn't figure out how to get down here, but I've got my safety vest, I've got my GPS, I've got my backpack full of gear, plenty of water. Got my good Scarpa hiking boots on. And this is the fun bit. Squeeze through this gap. Make sure everything's on nice and tight so it doesn't fall off. Try and grab hold of any rock holds I can find to guide myself down. Excellent rocks. It's a fantastic cliff. Whew. Now we're almost at the bottom, which is great. Yeah, the awkward thing is I'm going to have to go back up that way. Oh. Okay. I'm at the bottom. Let's go find this GI pipe. Oh. And just getting around the edge of that cliff's hard enough. But check this out. I filmed this last time. Wow. And I also mentioned in a previous video that there was a bit of rock here that looked like a painted fish. It's disappeared now. But here's the lock spit here. The original lock spit, and according to the survey plan that I had, the reference mark was over here. In fact, it's here. So I'll give that another read, and then I'm going to stick a peg in here at the corner. Whew. Might be able to see I've painted this rock yellow, and just in here is the GI pipe, which I couldn't believe someone would be down here. I thought for sure, and I shouldn't think that, but I thought maybe they'd decided it was too hard and just not mark it and say it was marked. But sure enough, a tough old bastard of a surveyor back in the, I can't think of when it was now, 20s or 40s or something like that, put that mark in. So well done, and super stoked that I found it. But no one's ever going to come down here to measure this again, and that's why I put that drill hole and wing on top of the rock. I've got to head that way soon. I'm going to give this a measure. Okay, and now we've got the peg in. There's the GI pipe under the rock, peg, and the lock spits. Now I'm heading down here. My 360 camera battery, probably just see here, it's run out of power. So I've got to film now with my phone. So enjoy the ride. Wow, check out these cliffs. I think I'm going to go down this way. It looks like there's been a track here. It's going to be a bit tricky to film this and walk and carry. I think this is the way to go, along the bottom of these cliffs. And I mean, there is a track here, so I can see how previous surveyors would have been able to get along here, but gee, check this out. How rugged. Okay, so I just staked out my corner of the block. Well, there are 2 blocks of land, but this corner here is going to become part of another block. And maybe I could show you on a copy of my plan here. So the GI pipe is where my finger is. I've just come to this point here, and my little subdivision boundary adjustment, it's not all that clear to see, but I've just come to here, original corner point number 69. Point 83 is actually going to be my new boundary, so you can see that there's the original corner. We're going to take a little bit of land here and give a little bit of land back at the front. But I've just staked out this, and look what I found. The old peg. And look where I am. No one would know that the original peg is still here, except for me. When I make a new sketch, I'm going to say peg found. You beauty. I'll give that a coat of paint. It's you can see it's been burnt. And I'll put a bit of ribbon on. Wow, how awesome. Okay, so there's a big gully there. Rocks going down here. I've just measured something. Now, the peg is just off the cliff here. It's inaccessible. I can't really place a peg there at the new corner. If you can't place the peg, you have to ensure that a reference mark is placed, and that's what I'll be doing. But I've already got the makings of a great reference mark, because just make sure I don't knock over this tripod. See, look at the accuracy. I've turned the tilt off, 26 by 11 under this massive tree. Check out what I found, and it's online. An old nail in a rock. I don't believe it. And I've just checked it out, and it's online, so I'll turn that into a reference mark. Nail and wing placed, and I'll be about half a metre or so to the corner. It's just a bit awkward down there to place it, so how awesome. And check out these trees. Well, I'll measure this for a few more times, and then I've got to go find this last reference mark, this dreaded bloody reference mark. I'm hoping it's there. I was up the top of the cliff early this morning, as you may have remembered, so fingers crossed. It sure does fall away down there. There's the nail and wings in rock, corner being down in there. Gee, almost done. Okay, well, I made it. I made it to the reference mark. Again, I wasn't really sure it'd be here, but it is. There's the wing, and the prism pole is inside the drill hole. Drill hole and wing in rock. The corner is just down there somewhere. Have a look for that. There's the cliffs, and I'd really love to be able to get back up there somewhere. It looks like a bit of a track, so I'm going to see if I can find my way back up, because I don't really like the idea of having to walk all the way through there again. If I can get back to the top, I can walk through to where I got my car parked, sort of on the flat. I've got to cross a few properties, but better than going back down through there. So, I think that's the end of the video, everyone. Thanks so much for watching. It's been one hell of an adventure today. And finding survey marks, thanks to this beauty of a machine, this Leica GS18. Wow, without it, I don't know where I'd be. And make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. Feel free to ask any questions. And look forward to sharing the next experience with you. Thanks again. See you later. Bye. G'day everyone, the Global Surveyor, and thanks so much for watching. This is video number 1 for 2026, and I'll show you where I am. I'm on a dirt track out in Sydney's northwest. You can see a telephone exchange there, bit of a dirt driveway. Today's survey is a boundary marking survey, and I'll take you along for the ride, so sit tight. Hope you enjoy the video. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. I'll show you some survey marks. One of the marks here, you can see this strip of land here. This is the handle here. And it was a drill hole and wing in the top of a Telstra pit. Let's see here. There's the drill hole. There's the wing. Reference to this groovy old post. Check out the old post. Some of these old posts were put in the 1800s, and not this one in particular, but some other posts actually had markings, broad arrows and a few other bits and pieces. But what a cool post. We're going to hop in the car, drive down towards this telephone exchange and start the survey. And this is a telephone exchange. Basically this portion of land here, which is fenced off by the chain wire fence, was separated from this larger piece of land here for Telstra, and anytime there's an issue with the telephone service, people come to the telephone exchange. Just across here you can see this old concrete block with 2 galvanized iron pipes. I can assure you that's not a survey reference mark. In fact, that's quite solid, although it'd be a fantastic mark if it was in the ground. But we have here, just in front of me here, galvanized iron pipe. I've dug it up and measured it, put it back, so don't have to worry there. Got that sorted, and I got that survey mark there. I had another survey mark on another road and another survey mark at the end of the line. So what I've done is undertake a localization, measured all the marks, calculated the residuals. It's a very tight result, which enables me to start marking this boundary. One thing I'd like to do, which I've done for many years, is apply your sunscreen. In Australia we have to do that because the sun is extremely hot. I've just got some SPF 50. I think when I was a kid it used to be SPF 15. It's like, and I have this crazy hat which does need to be replaced, but you can see hat protection and net protection. Keep it on there. Protects me. And the most important thing is that you make sure you get sunscreen down here on your chest and on your arms, on the back of your hands here. GS18, we've got to put the 4G antenna in. And you want to make sure that your battery is charged. I'd forgotten to charge one of those batteries. Not to worry, I still have a couple more in my box here, so that's fine.
RTK data link down. RTK initialize.
There you go, RTK initialize, which is excellent. And one of the first things we need to ensure...
compensation started.
I'm not sure how well you're going to be able to see this.
Tilt compensation stopped.
But under the view and edit job properties, I've got my 2604M which is my job number, and my coordinate system 2604M1, which is my localization file. I could have other options like MGA 56 or MGA 55 or MGA 94, but in this instance I'm using my localization file. Okay, a bit of an observation here that something I'd like to share with you. I do have this entire parcel of land drawn up with numbers at all the corners and all the reference marks. However, I forgot to write. I generally like to write. You can see here I've got, you know, drill hole and wing number 17 and galvanized iron pipe 11 here, and a reference tree down the end here at number 27 and a GI pipe number 50. I forgot to write the additional boundary corner numbers, which is the most important thing, because I need to mark boundary number 2 to 8 and 10 to 4. Now I've gone into my controller here and I've gone into the map screen like so, and I can see the map there. So I've zoomed in on the map to identify the numbers of the corners, and I've now written that on my sketch. But just to be doubly sure that I haven't made a mistake, what I like to do is then go into Kogo, which is one of the apps here in Leica Captivate, and go to inverse and point to point. And what I'll do is point numbers 2 is one corner and number 8 is the other corner. I can see that the azimuth is 110 degrees for a distance of 128.62, and then if I go over to my plan here, I can see 110 or 290 degrees for 128.62. So that's just a way of ensuring that you've got the information. I like to carry a plan in my pocket. I do like to look at the screen too, but having a plan in my pocket, it won't run out of batteries, and I can read things a little bit clearly. So a lot clearer than the screen, and the screen's not a bad size, but I do like to have a piece of paper in my pocket at all times. Okay, so the survey plan says post on corner, and sure is. I've measured the post, it's bang on the corner, so I've given it a bit of yellow paint there and tied a bit of red and white tape. I've run out of my traditional pink tape, but this red and white safety tape is really bright in locations like this. So I've now put in my reference line, point number 10, which is that corner, and point number 4 being down the end here. I'm going to start marking this boundary with this termite mound, and the point is generally the pointiness is sort of pointing this way. Now this boundary that I'm marking has a bearing of 20 degrees, which is that way, so 20 degrees round 0. Could that be, I asked that in a previous video, generally the mound is sort of pointing in a northerly direction. That's pretty cool. Because this boundary down here is more than 200 meters long, I'm just going to be putting pegs in every 30 to 40 meters, maybe 5 pegs probably in total. But you want to make sure they're intervisible. In this instance, we've got a pretty old ratty fence. You can see that's why the client wants to fix it up. And some really old posts here. Check this old post. So I'll probably, what that client's going to have to do is clear a line through the bush there, because I'm not going to be clearing it for them. but I'll try and put in a peg just somewhere through here, which enables the fencer to look this way and eventually look that way. So I've got my point here, and at the end of the pole, and now I'm going to remove the pole. I've just put a stake here pointing where my hole is. I'll try and make a little bit of a hole with the prism pole. Put that down. So that's the stakes I've got out. I'll get the peg and some tape. So back into this pocket here. Trying to travel as light as possible here and not impale myself here with the stake. Lump hammer. So that's peg there, and again just using, it is rural but we are in suburbia too, so I'm just using a smaller peg because these pegs are going to potentially be removed for the purpose of a brand new fence. Not undertaking a subdivision, and they will do the job nicely. Okay, got the peg in and tie some red and white tape here, which will be nice and visible for the owner and for the fencer. Might tie a bit here on this old post and wire fence as well, which is dilapidated. And now I'll give that peg a read with the Leica GS18. So I've got the pole right in the middle of the peg there, and go to the attributes here. I can see that 3 mils, 5 mils, 4 mils, 0. That's pretty good. Change the code to new peg, and I'll give this a read for a few measurements. I actually like to have the tilt compensation turned off when I'm doing final measurements, because I can then find that the residuals go down quite low, both horizontal and vertical, although the vertical doesn't really mean anything for me. And my offset there is 5 millimeters. Well, we can't really argue about that. One trick here, or one important thing to do every time you come across a fence, is to observe a fence offset if the fence doesn't happen to be on the boundary line. Well, looking here, all the fence is leaning, but if the fence was straight, it would be pretty much on the boundary. So in this instance, I think I'm going to just note it as fence on the boundary. The post here, the bottom of this post is on quite a lean. If I was to line up the bottom of those posts there, they all will align with that post on the telephone exchange. It'd all be pretty much on the boundary, so fence on boundary. You can see here that the fence is running into no man's land. I'll just put the post here, my pole here. It's saying 0.4 of a metre to in front of me here, which is pretty much running through this tree. So that kind of looks pretty right. I'm going to go through here now. One of the favourite things about surveying is a little bit of bush bashing. And it's a bit of a tricky one here, because sort of run out of fence. Try and get an idea of what the where the boundary is. Like we're right on it here. About 50 mils, so that's pretty cool. I'll think about putting a peg here because we're sort of at the start of the jungle, and it's again, I'm not going to be clearing that. That will be up for the client to do. Once the client has cleared the line, they'll be able to see from peg to peg, so they'll be good. What a place to work, eh? The Leica GS18 is an incredible GPS receiver. Just it works in the thickest of places. So here's the peg, and there's some ribbon there. Always like to try and find, it's quite possible when you're working in the bush, a forky tree, because then you can lean your pole, sort of wedge it in there, so it doesn't fall down. Sometimes it's a lot easier to do that than to lie it down. And the antenna is quite firm, although sometimes I've been worried that it might fall out, and I've often thought about tying some pink tape around the base of it or something, but it's quite firm, it's not going to come out. But yeah, using the bush to your advantage. Mosquitoes are pretty bad in here too. Looks like there's been a bit of a track here before. Some of the remains of fences there, and so we were just on the other side of these tall little palms, and again the client's going to have to clear some of this out because I'm not doing it. Well, I'm not getting paid to do it, and I don't really want to do it either. So we'll just walk a bit further down here. And somewhere here. Just in the open. This backs onto a park. There's a park here in council land, and here's a nice open spot for a peg. What do you reckon? If you like the video so far, make sure you hit like, subscribe, share the videos with any surveying colleagues you may have. I'm the Global Surveyor from Sydney, Australia, and probably in terms of promoting Australian surveying content, one of only a few people that do it, definitely in Australia. I call myself the Global Surveyor because I've been overseas and found a few groovy survey marks, and the idea is being a surveyor that connects with other surveyors globally, so that's why hung onto the name The Global Surveyor. And I used to have a blog years ago that promoted surveying and wrote about surveying, back when blogs were popular, before we had huge social media such as Facebook and Instagram and YouTube and all that sort of stuff. And here's some more examples of old fencing here. Wow. Well, probably not the old mortise hole post and rail type fencing, but pretty old. That's a pretty old post, and generally the idea was to put fencing on the boundary. You can see in this instance it's very straight old fence with a whopping great big tree growing up the side, and I think over time sometimes these trees grow over the boundary and you might find that the fence posts stop either side of the tree or they deviate around it, which can be a little bit confusing. But in this instance I'd say that the fence is pretty straight and very close to the boundary line. My last peg that I put in was just past a tall tree down the end there, and you can see along there quite well. The client's southern boundary is just probably 30 metres in front of me. Sort of takes off, it runs in a westerly direction. That will be the end of the line for me, so I might stick another peg just in here to help the fencing contractor. Okay, we're heading up to the back corner of the property, which is bordering on park, and this will be the end of the boundary line for the purpose of marking. There's an old post here. There's a timber posts, more recent timber posts, and star pickets with electric fence of the neighbouring property here, and quite a decent post here with a stay, a few spiders. Now there's a galvanised iron nail in the top of the post. What else have we got? It's always good to look for a bit of evidence here. You can see there's a galvanised iron nail. Someone's put that there possibly for the purpose of marking this property boundary. What I might do is not put a peg in here. There's a stake here. I'm going to investigate that in a second. What I might do, the best thing about the Leica GS18, it has tilt compensation, and I'll see if I can show you what I mean in a sec. Just walked into a few sticks. Got to be careful that you don't poke your eye out. But like I was saying, with the Leica GS18, it has tilt compensation. We have a nail in the top of the post. So first thing I'm going to do, GI nail found. What I'll do, still a bit sore, is read the nail, and then when I get back to the office I'll calculate the position and I'll be able to then put that on the sketch and inform the client, because as you can see that's a pretty decent post, and I think it's serving a good purpose along the side here and up there, so there's no point pulling it out, we just fence up to it. So I'll show you what I mean by tilt compensation. Sometimes I like to take the controller off as well, just to make it a little bit easier to hold. Get my thumb there on the OK button or the record button. And then we just record. Crazy stuff. So that's a really cool thing about tilt compensation, is that you can measure the objects that you wouldn't normally be able to measure using the tilt, and it's a little bit fiddly, especially with one hand holding the controller, but it works really well. So if you've never tried it, check it out, it's really cool. Okay, one thing I forgot to do, which I've just done now at that last post, which is the end of the line here, is to take a photo. Just get out your trusty iPhone or Samsung or whatever you happen to have. Just get a photo of the peg with a line of fencing there, and that's always handy to stick on your sketch or show the client. I guess one thing about making these videos, which I really enjoy doing, is the fact that I can show you what I'm up to and the challenges and the exciting parts about surveying, but it does take a bit of time to make these videos, so sometimes a job like this may only take a couple of hours really, but you end up taking 3 or 4 hours by the time you've done the survey. And the videoing and the chatting and everything in between. So let's see if we can get back through here. Thankfully, there's the fences aren't so high, so you can get your legs over, because some of this barbed wire, you'll end up ripping your pants. It is the middle of summertime, although it is overcast and not overly hot today. And again, you still need to be careful that you don't run into any long slippery things, you know, those things called snakes, which I must admit I don't really get too phased about snakes. Maybe some of our international friends mightn't like that, but here's another peg. Not really much in the way of fencing. Make it a bit easier for myself. Almost back at the start. Now take one more photo. There we go. Great. So, thanks so much for watching, everybody. Really appreciate you getting this far, and I sincerely appreciate all of the support on the channel. If you have any questions about surveying, please make sure you leave a comment, and I'll be happy to get back to you. I do owe a few people a few responses to comments over the January and early Feb period, and I promise you I'll get back to you very shortly, probably after I posted this video. And we're back here at the telephone exchange. See here, the very corner of this post, right on the corner there. So that's where we are. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. I'm going to put my GPS here up against the car. Take the camera off and say thank you once again. And stay tuned to the next video, which I've got a really cool video coming up. I'm going to be on the Hawkesbury River marking the boundaries. So if you like land surveying, you like boundaries, you like the river, that's the next video. So stay tuned for that, and we'll see you on the next video. Thank you. here. Let's see how we go. Check this out. G'day everybody, I'm the Global Surveyor. Welcome to video number 2 for 2026, doing another boundary marking survey. Check out this place. And today I'll be looking for some old survey marks, some more recent survey marks, and putting in a few pegs for the purpose of a new fence. So stick around, hope you enjoy the video. And don't forget, if you like surveying, make sure you hit like, make sure you hit subscribe, share the videos with your friends, colleagues, surveying friends, or if you just like surveying or you like adventure videos, you've come to the right place. Sit back and relax and enjoy the video. Let's go. Flowers are out, still towards the end of summer. Check out these native flowers. How awesome is that? So I've done a bit of survey work here on this road in Leedsvale. Check out the cliffs here, little caves. This is just a fantastic place to work, isn't it? Look at this. You could be stuck in an office, maybe in the air conditioning if it's a boiling hot day, and yes, that is comfortable, but check out this place. So just down there is the Hawkesbury River, and just down there is my job. Okay, so here's the survey plan I'm using today. I've done some survey work further up the road on magnetic meridian bearing, and I've been able, using that and previous GPS measurements, I've been able to figure out a difference between MM and MGA, Map Grid of Australia, and it's a difference of 8 degrees 54 minutes. So what I've done with this plan is I've swung that by 8 degrees 54 and basically tacked this survey onto the survey that I had further up the road, hoping that now that everything's coordinated, I should be able to use the Leica GS18, which I've got just there. I'm just setting it up, letting it warm up, and I should be able to stake out all of these points and maybe land within maybe 0.1 of a metre, hopefully even less than that, which would be fantastic. And what I'll do is find as many of these reference points as I can and measure them with the GPS and then do a localization. Once I've done the localization, I'll be able to mark this little boundary here going down to the river and this little boundary here. As an overall thing, yes, I'm working on lot 32 and we're going to be marking the western boundary and sort of a northeastern boundary there. So that's today's survey. Like I said, here's a Leica GS18, and somewhere in here is an old mark from the 1800s. So let's go find it now.
RTK initialized.
Well, that's absolutely fantastic. RTK initialized. I was actually quite worried that the telephone and internet reception here would be quite poor. Looks like we're okay. Okay, so according to my plan here, we're looking for drill hole and wing, an old broad arrow and wing, I think, or drill hole and wings on a boundary, point number 43. I'll type that in now, 43, and it says 30 odd meters. Now I've got to make sure it's in tilt compensation, otherwise the GPS won't take me in the right direction. So I'll just get that going now.
Tilt compensation started.
There we go, tilt compensation started. We are 26.
Tilt compensation stopped. Tilt compensation started.
We've got to make sure tilt compensation's on. That will enable me to walk in the right direction, and the arrow will be facing the right direction. So it's 26 meters. So let's go for a walk.
Compensation started.
Let's see what we can find. Sometimes
Tilt compensation stopped.
Sometimes when I've been in the bush too.
Tilt compensation stopped. RTK initialized.
You can see I've got my orange vest on here, and actually I've got my dark green shirt. I sometimes, when I'm surveying, I try not to make too much noise, so turn down the volume of the GS18 and try not to draw too much attention, because sometimes people don't like you walking around their boundaries, especially in places like this. They think you're up to no good. So we are 4.3 meters away from this mark, and I can see the remains of some ribbon on a post. We could be in luck. Let's see how we go.
RTK initialization locked.
1 meter. 0.2. Just here. Let's see how we go. Check this out. We have a line of rocks here, a line of rocks there. That is called a lock spit. The boundary is heading down in this direction, and we have a survey mark here. Let's see what we can find. Somewhere here. I'll put the GPS down. Sometimes if you don't find something, get your GPS back out and restake the mark, which is what I've done. Let's have a look. I can see some paint. Put this GPS down. Got to watch it here. There's a bit of barbed wire here too. You want to be careful. Just under this rock here. Check this out. Oh, you beauty. Okay, so we've got a drill hole and 3 wings. So that's excellent. So I'll be able to give that a read now. And let's just check the accuracy.
RTK initialized.
So my calculations from further up the road and tacking this survey on, and I'm landing within, look at that, 5 mils, 0. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Just goes to show my calculations are pretty cool, and we're off to a really good start. So I'm going to give that a read now. Okay, so we're going to measure this now. It'll be 0.2000, and I'm going to code this as drill hole and wing number 43. So when I do my localization later, I'll know exactly that point number 2000 is drill hole and wing number 43. Mosquitoes make it awkward too, because I'm trying to hold the pole. I've turned the tilt compensation off for the purpose of recording these, because I find I get better accuracy, and I'm trying to hold the pole still, and these bloody darn mosquitoes start biting your hands or flying around your face. It's very, very awkward. Gee, it's peaceful. You can hear the birds and the mosquitoes. Another thing I like to do too is averaging the points. So I'm observing this point 3 times, calling it 2000 each time, and storing it. So what the device does is mean up the 3 observations and still stores it only as 1 point. You can get that information back later when you're back in the office or back on the controller, but for the purpose of a localization, I only want 1 point. So I'm calling this point number 2000, reading it 3 times, and that will be the point I use for my localization.
Point stored.
You can see here I've taken 3 observations and the residuals of the positions and the height. The height's not so important. The position is pretty good, 10 mils, 9 mils, 11 mils. We are out here remembering that GPS accuracy is like a champagne cork. At any one moment in time, you can expect your horizontal accuracy to fall within the center of the roundness of a champagne cork, and your vertical accuracy to be within the height or the length of a champagne cork. So we're talking 10 to 15 millimeters horizontally, 15 to 20 millimeters vertically at any one moment in time. But again, if you mean up all the points, you're heading in the right direction. Another thing, be careful of barbed wire. There's barbed wire everywhere here. Trip hazard. So just be careful when you're walking around the bush. You can see some here. It's on the ground, tied to this star picket here. So when you're walking around the bush, not only make sure you don't fall down little holes, fall off a cliff, you don't get tangled up in some barbed wire at the same time. Okay, next point is number 46, and got to get back into tilt compensation so I get taken in the right direction.
Tilt compensation started.
What you got to do is just jiggle. You just got to jiggle the GPS around, and that will get the little green pill bubble symbol there, which shows you are in tilt compensation. And according to my measurements, it says 37 meters down here. I think I can leave the car here. It's not going to be in anyone's way. What worries me a bit is, you see, people live down here. It's like their holiday. Some people live here, and some are holiday rentals or holiday homes, but people do a bit of clearing for driveways and what have you, and aren't necessarily aware that there are survey marks here. I can see it's saying 6 meters, 6.4 meters, somewhere up here. Again, we like to do a bit of bush bashing, don't we, in this job? If you like the idea of bush bashing, and gee, I've got to climb over these trees, that's a bit awkward. Give me a like, thumbs up, share the video. Very awkward.
RTK initialized. RTK
Gee,
initialization.
I'm right on it.
RTK
What have we got here? I'll put this down. Turn my volume down. Put it down here very carefully. Beautiful. Drill hole. Wing. Another wing. You beauty. Look at the accuracy. 10 mils, 15 mils by 10 mils. That's incredible. I'll give that a read now. Okay, the next point is point 58, and it's a drill hole and wing. Now, this is going to be exciting stuff. It's 11 meters down here. I've got plenty of survey marks to choose from, so I don't actually have to use this mark, but I'll just come down here. It's quite possible that the people that put this fence in just fenced for convenience sake, and I'll just hold my pole here. Yeah, it's another 6 meters, which is down over this fence and down probably at the bottom of that little cliff there. So on this occasion, I'm going to give point number 58 a miss. I don't really want to go down there. I mean, I do like climbing down cliffs, don't get me wrong, but for the purpose of my project today, I don't have to find every last point. But if you are using GPS and you are doing a localization, the best way to get the best way to get the accuracy that you need is measure as many marks as possible. But on this occasion, I'll give that one a miss. I think there are a few survey marks down the road here. I'll go look now. I think what we're going to do is go right to the very bottom first and work my way back. So then I've got a nice long line to use. Here we are at the bottom of the hill. Check this out. What a place to work, yeah? It's fantastic. I'll be marking boundaries out along the open cleared land there to the river. I've got GI pipe number 97 and there's a chance that that could be there.
Connection to GS sensor lost.
I might actually see if I can look for that one now. And make sure you don't tread in that ant's nest because they'll be onto you. Down here, be a bit careful. There's a bit of a crazy fence in a section here, and saying 2 meters to the GI pipe. I'll just get over this fence. It's slightly off the boundary. I'm in tilt, so I can lean the pole over. 70 mils and 150, 20 and 60. Right there it is, and I'll have a dig and see what I can find. Put the GPS down here. No electric fence, that's good. So for those non-surveyors, we have survey marks that are either rock marks or pegs, or reference marks called a galvanised iron pipe.